This is SEO in 2025. Hello and warm welcome to the book launch of SEO in 2025, this 600-page volume available to buy on Amazon today. I'm David Bain, and over the past 4 years, I've hosted and produced an annual mega project for Majestic that started off with SEO in 2022, and now, funnily enough, 4 years later, here we are with SEO in 2025. SEO in 2025 is a podcast, a video series, and a book with over 100 of the world's leading SEOs, all answering the same question: what is your number one SEO tip for the coming year? And everyone gives a different answer. All the recordings are being released as a podcast and a YouTube series, and you can find links to that over at SEOin2025.com. And if you want to get your hands on the book, just search for SEO in 2025 on your local Amazon store, and it should pop up right there. So great to have as much interaction as possible going as well. We've got Jack Litter, co-host, saying hi. David saying hi. Hey, Majestic team. Whoop whoop, says Mr. Optimizy there in the crowd. So make sure you say hi in the chat. Make sure you ask any questions. Add your own tips, because I'm sure there's loads of people watching that have got your own tips to add that can perhaps add on to other people's tips, or perhaps offer additional tips, different tips as well. So really great to see so many people interacting live. We want to see as much interaction as possible. We want to see as much people watching live as possible. So if you can, copy the YouTube link, share it with your friends, because today we're going to be celebrating the SEO in 2025 book launch with a 4-hour live stream featuring over 60 of the book's 106 contributors over 8 half-hour panel sessions. Each hour is going to be hosted by a wonderful co-host. So without any further ado, I'd like to pass you over to the co-hosts for the first two panels. We get her on the screen. Head of SEO Communications at Wix, Crystal Carter. Take it away, Crystal.
Thank you so much, David. I cannot believe we have 600 pages of SEO tips for 2025. SEOs have a lot to say. Some people say word count doesn't matter, but apparently it does. So I'm really, really pleased to be joined today by so many esteemed panelists and contributors to this book. We're going to go around and we are going to introduce ourselves and also to share our top tip for SEO in 2025. I'd like to start with you, Amit.
Yeah, so I'm Amit Raj. I run the Links Guy TLG, which is a link building agency. And my tip was about recognizing the importance of relevance when it comes to content, depth of research, and the contextual nature that we should be doing link building and other digital PR initiatives. So.
That is an absolutely fantastic tip, and it's certainly something that I think that SEO should be thinking about going forward. Have you seen this work for clients currently?
Yeah, I think the way that obviously we all know after HCU, the amount of importance there is in creating the right type of content. I think obviously it's easy to get caught up in things with, especially after AI. Everybody wants to automate, they want to do things at scale. But I think it's just a lot of clients have realized that that's not as important. It is really about thinking, why are we writing this content? Is this actually for our target audience? Which we should have been doing anyway. But I think now more and more people are becoming aware of it. And that extends to links as well. It's the same kind of thing. If you can write the right type of content, you can earn the right type of links as well.
Right.
And as well as that, when you do go out and do outreach, you tend to have a higher success rate if the quality of the content is there, or it actually speaks to that audience. So I think more and more people are realizing this. It's not even something I had to, really push.
No, absolutely. And just going, staying with the A's, let's go over to Andrew Optimizy. What is your top tip for SEO in 2025?
So my top tip in the book was about controlling your domains. SEOs, I think, are notorious for it. We all buy domains. You have an idea in the shower and you wake up, you go and then buy a domain and stuff. But businesses I've worked with, so the stuff I've been lucky enough to be asked to be in the book a few times. So when David comes to me and says, "Oh, what's your tip this year?" It's usually based on things I've been working on. And so I was working with this particular client who had a CEO who was a bit like an SEO, who had just been buying domains at a rate of knots, had spun up this idea and then like shut it down and then forgot to renew a load of the domains. And that was a bit of a car crash we had to tidy up. And there were some other things where I was working with where, subdomains is another classic one. Your developer team kind of gets out of control and they start spinning up, dev dot and staging dot and all these kind of things. And they don't really realize what they're doing. They get it all indexed. And funnily enough, you start cannibalizing yourself and you get this hot mess in Google. So yeah, my tip in the book was about how to find all that kind of stuff, even when people don't tell you about it, because it's a bit like when your kids break something and kind of hide it under the sofa. Some of the people you work with don't want to tell you about all the naughty things they've been doing that they shouldn't have been doing. So how do you find them and how do you fix it? That was stuff I talked about.
Yeah, and I think David has jumped in with a comment around AI, and I think that's also something that that the domain hygiene, domain management needs to be really important when you've got AI tools that are helping you to build things really quickly, helping people to change things around really quickly, and where being able to rank is kind of at a premium. Like if you've got extra staging sites that are ranking, which I think we've all seen those.
Yeah, I mean this whole thing like that Google are doing now with these site reputation authorities, like the coupons dot kind of stuff. This is all straight in that kind of hitting zone, right? Where if you've got all this stuff going on your site and on your domain, and Google's now getting pretty grumpy with you about it, you kind of need to have a handle on that kind of stuff.
Totally. So I think that's something that it seems like something that people should have already been doing, but it's ever more important in today's landscape. So thank you for that tip. We're going to go down to Mathilde now. If you'd like to introduce yourself and share your tip for 2025.
Of course. My name is Mathilde. I'm an SEO team lead at Transact Denmark, and my tip for 2025 is to start prioritizing social search and especially TikTok SEO. And there's a lot of things going on in the search world, AI and also social search, and especially TikTok is pulling a lot of weight and driving a lot of search evolution. So of course you also need to prioritize those platforms and be present, because a lot of younger users are using that platform specifically to search for information.
Absolutely. And it contributes to your brand entity. And they're even pulling through links from Wikipedia these days on TikTok.
Yes, exactly. They're pulling a lot of different information, and they're also doing a lot of things that are very similar to how Google SERPs present themselves. So they are really manifesting that search engine behavior and driving a lot of new traffic channels.
And I think that do you find that people are still hesitant about TikTok as a channel, that there are people who are still thinking, oh, that's nothing to do with us, we don't have to worry about that?
Definitely. I think in the UK, clients are more ready to go on TikTok, but in my region in Scandinavia, a lot of clients are very they're dragging their feet. They're not quite ready to go on TikTok. They're still talking about protecting their brand and the platform not being mature enough. But the ones that are going onto the platform and daring to step into those waters are also gaining a lot from it. So it's best to be first.
Yes, absolutely. First mover advantage is definitely a win in 2025. Laura, are you able to share your tip for 2025?
Yeah. I'm Laura. Iancu is my middle name. From Romania here, based in the UK at the moment. I'm founder at Searchpedia. It's a bit of a personal platform where I'm trying to sort of filter through all the SEO information that we get nowadays, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually experiencing a bit of fatigue with all of the information coming about. So yeah, a bit of a side educational project, if you want to call it that way. My top tip was to sort of start a more humanistic approach to SEO. So I'm featured in the Human First Content chapter, where I'm talking a bit about how I approach collaborating with other teams inside of a company, and sort of how I can progress further as an SEO by collaborating actively with departments like UX, doing my own UX research, for example, learn a bit on the side of the tech and so on. So it's pretty much a few tips of how I've been managing that in my own professional career at the moment, and sort of just try to just share that kind of advice with everyone else. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
No, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's great advice.
I think to tally up, I just want to make my corner of the internet a bit more accessible and inclusive for all. And I feel like as SEOs, our trade, that's what we do. But at the same time, I feel like it's something we can promote with other departments as well, and sort of make everyone aware that this is something we can do together.
Yeah, I think this year more than ever, the idea of 360 marketing, with SEO at the hub of it, has become much more forward facing and much more part of how we discuss things, pulling things through, and getting other departments, other teams in your or other teams within your team involved is absolutely part of that. So I think that's a great approach. I look forward to reading your chapter. And Chris, you have a cup of tea. You have joined us. It's great to see you. Are you able to share your tips for 2025?
Yeah, great to see you too. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm from Foundation Marketing. And my tip was about relying on using a lot more expert sources. From a content quality perspective, the benefits of that are obvious, right? You talk to a real expert, and then you can give some really unique insights. But kind of like what Laura was just talking about, by collaborating with these other people, you not only make yourself more well-rounded and build these connections with people where you can do things like link exchanges, for example, but also from an SEO perspective, we're seeing that this is a lot more important than it ever has been. Google's doing things like tracking authorship and trying to find unique content and bumping that to the top of SERPs. And so I think moving forward, we're talking a lot about AI content as well. Well, the only content that can stand out from what AI can write is going to be unique things that only people can do. And that is going to involve unique technical expertise, which means citing sources, really understanding what you're working with, and talking to real experts.
Absolutely. That is 100% the case. I think part of it has to do with like being able to differentiate.
Yes, exactly.
If everybody's using the same AI tools, then all the content's going to look the same. So, the more differentiated, the better. I absolutely think that. And I think if I can sum up, I think it kind of goes to Jack Chambers Ward's a point in the chat where he said, I think a big talking point in 2025 is about diversifying your traffic sources. I think that one of the common themes across everyone's tips here was, not sticking just to on-page SEO, technical SEO of your site, but increasing your footprint. From your experience in the last few months, where have you seen any big impact with that? Would anyone like to share a case study or an example? Throwing that out there. Oh, go, Chris, go.
I actually, talking about diversifying sources, I actually have been talking to one person who runs a travel blog who is starting to get a lot more traffic from AI search engines. And so people are saying things like, plan an itinerary for a vacation to Thailand into an AI, and then it'll cite to his website, and they'll go look at his blog for some more advice and, maybe book something through him, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so that was actually my tip. My tip was to start treating LLMs as a channel.
There you go.
I have an article on the Wix SEO Learning Hub that talks about this, about how SEO should be managing it as a channel. You can see the traffic. There's Jess Schultz shared a fantastic regex where you can see how much traffic is coming from various different AI tools, and it's something that we should be managing, I think, in the future. And yeah, that's something that I've seen. If I can say around something that I've seen across of things that are working with SEO, along SEO, but not just on the website. LinkedIn, I think one of the things we've seen in the last year, LinkedIn's really emerged as like the steady ship in a sea of social chaos. And despite how cringy it is that everyone is thrilled all the time, one of the things that we've seen is that LinkedIn works well with alongside websites, alongside driving traffic, particularly to unique human focused content. So I've seen some great impact from that across different channels. I don't know if other people have seen good impact from TikTok or other channels.
We're seeing something from TikTok. We have a client which is a union, so a very dry topic, you could say, but they really connected with the younger audience on how you should behave in a workplace and such, what you should be paid for your work and stuff like that. And they are getting a lot of new members because of that from TikTok. So TikTok is really having an impact on that.
Absolutely. I think that works really well. And Amit, what have you seen from the links point of view? Do you think you're seeing that kind of trend with links and PR and how that's working?
Yeah, I think it's kind of always been going in that direction now, but more clients know the type of quality of links that they want, and they know what's relevant. They want something that's as contextual from the right publications, and that's something we've been doing anyway, but I know more and more people are looking for that. They are leaving agencies, or they're just saying this is the type of links we don't want to be doing. And obviously digital PR has a place. I think there's a place for both. I think doing digital PR and link building, and a lot of the time, maybe somebody has been doing link building for a while, they should also be doing PR. But even within PR, I see more emphasis on relevance there as well now. It's not something we don't really do digital PR, but I know from the conversations I've had with clients, is there's more focus on the stories, and is this story going to get us in the right publications? Is this going to potentially drive referral traffic, if that's something that they specifically want to do? So I think more focus on relevance and just as you would be with content, same kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was something that we talked about that came up a few times in our tips, was around audience and human elements. Andrew, from a content point of view, how important do you think that having that unique and human relevance is going to be for the next 12 months?
Yeah, it's going to be enormous, isn't it? Particularly now with this kind of AI thing of just everybody can just spam out huge amounts of content in a matter of seconds. So it's something that I think came up in the chat that I was kind of talking about, the number of companies that are like, oh, we should scale our content with AI. And then the number of their audience that actually want to read AI generated content. It's not a good match. It's like, who wants to read that stuff? No one wants, we all see it and we're like, oh, it uses all those weird kind of AI words that makes it sort of not really very authentic. We can all spot it a mile off. Yeah, you're like, let's delve in. Like, okay, I don't want to delve in. I just want you to tell me the information I'm after, please. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure the AIs will get better at it, and they're learning models, right? So they'll get better. But yeah, I think that kind of stuff about being authentic to your audience, and it's stuff we talk about in SEO is like information gain. Like you're going to produce another apple pie recipe, cool. Like back in the day, you could just smack out an apple pie recipe, Google would index it, happy days. Now, Google's getting a lot more picky with stuff they index. They're like, well, we've already got 250 million apple pie recipes. Do we really need yours? Not so much. What are you adding to the great internet of the world, of all this information that Google's trying to organize? If you're not really adding stuff and you're just kind of spamming out the same junk content that everybody else is spamming out, good luck.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing on the apple pie thing is that the recipe writers think that what the apple pie recipe needs is a 7,000 word anecdote about their grandmother before you get to the apple pie recipe.
All the time, and like how their grandmother passed it down, and how I used to sit on a swing in her garden, and she'd feed me apples from the jar. No one cares. Tell me how to cook the apple pie.
Right. And we're using Granny Smith, or we're using russets. What's going on here? These are the
how
things.
much sugar? Tell me how much sugar. Are you American recipes or British recipes? I need to know the sugar.
Shout out to a Dutch apple pie. I recently had a Dutch apple pie in Amsterdam, and it was phenomenal. So shout out to whatever they do with apple pies in Holland, because it's amazing. Just jumping on that. So I would like to we talked a little bit about a little bit about AI. We talked about indexing. We've talked also about connecting with human subject matter experts. That's come up a lot, and with audience. what do you think are the ways to like make that more efficient? I know that it can be sometimes it takes ages sometimes to get a meeting with somebody, to get the things there. And I think some AI tools can really help with that. So Chris, I saw you turn off your microphone immediately after I asked the question. So I don't know if you want to jump in.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of it is giving yourself the time, planning out your content calendar far enough ahead of time that you can, have someone last minute push back their meeting, and, that sort of thing's gonna happen. And so doing that, being flexible so that you can add in an expert quote later on, if that's all you need, that sort of a thing is a huge help. But you can absolutely use ChatGPT to, reach out to people in customized ways a little bit. You just have to be careful that you aren't, putting an apple pie recipe in the LinkedIn notification. And so, doing that with a little bit of care and customization, yeah, that can speed things up a little bit, I think.
And Laura, is this something you've been adding into your mix?
Little bit. I like to add gimmicks. I like to sort of create a personality around it. So rather than just sending mass emails, just sort of learn a bit about the person I'm contacting beforehand and try to relate. And obviously, if it doesn't come organically, I'm going to be a bit more, I suppose, not dry, but let's say regular. But I tend to find very easily ways to connect, I suppose, when it comes to reaching out. So yeah, just make it personal.
Okay. So if I see you in my DMs, I'll know that.
Yeah, you find some sort of meme or yeah.
That's fine. A secret trip. If you ever want to talk to me, just talk about Beyonce. It's fine. That's Andrew knows this from many years back. I also want to jump in. I think that's Charlie Whitworth because I can just see Whitworth there. But he also said that we SEOs are going to have a great time cleaning up 2025 spammy AI content, and that this is going to be a new SEO skill going forward. And I think that's also true as well. Like Andrew was saying that people can spew out lots of AI content, but like it also means that you're able to make lots of mistakes very quickly. So I think that QA process is definitely.
It's also a topical thing. So I had an incident with a client recently where they'd done this whole thing of just create good content and got a bit carried away, and it wasn't AI generated. They just kind of run out of ideas. But they just kept going and kept going. They were writing like, oh, if anything was related to the niche, like a new book came out or a new movie, they go, oh, hey, like, we got our team to read it and review it. It's like, you're not Rotten Tomatoes. You're not a book reviewer. Stop it. Like, don't do that. But it's like all these kind of things of like, it used to work, right? If you just smacked out enough content, you'd get enough traffic, happy days. But again, like coming back to this kind of the stuff that Google's doing around site reputation abuse, this kind of topicality, and Amit's touched on it a little bit. I think we've all kind of been around there a little bit. Topicality and like not staying in your lane so much, but a little bit staying in your lane. It's kind of going to get more important, I think, as we go on.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to the idea of like an entity and making sure that you're managing that so that Google knows who you are, and they can say does this person know about this? Yes. Do they know about book reviews? I'm not sure, but they definitely know about that original topic. So I think that's going to be interesting. And so. I don't know how many people have had an opportunity to jump into the book. The reason why we're all here, SEO in 2025. Was there any other sections that jumped out to anyone in particular from the book where you thought, oh, very nice? Laura, you look like you're not.
Oh yeah, I've actually gone through it a little bit, the unedited version, and I really liked there was a section about managing your content knowledge graph. I feel like that's something that we don't necessarily think about very much. It's a one-time operation and then it's sort of like just abandoned. So I like the way that it was framed as a continuous effort and actually sort of involve, again, collaborative approach. I'm more about all together, but about involving other teams and sort of try and look at it as almost like you're a bit of SEO PR at the same time. Which I never thought about it. So yeah, that's probably one of the. I don't remember. I think it was Marta von Berkel. Or
yeah.
I hope I'm saying it right. So yeah,
Martha, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the one I liked. And to be fair, there was so much there that I thought you know what? I can't wait to actually read it all. So
Yes. And I think that the entity element is really important because it's not just online, like it's not just, you know, standard search. It's also going to impact LLMs and how you perform on LLMs. And if you're thinking about your knowledge graph, that impacts your Wikipedia, which is also actually going to impact your TikTok, and how visible you are on TikTok. There's so many different elements to it. So yeah, that's a great point. Did anyone else have any elements that jumped out to them from the book?
I actually had on one of Andrew's tips about controlling your domain, and also like the consideration you have to take for like your brand, because I mean, for instance, there was a recent conversation I had with a client who is considering changing their domain name because it partially matches their main keyword, but if they do that, a lot of work has to go into it, and then they already get a lot of branded search. They have a lot of brand awareness, and then you kind of have to think about things other than SEO, you know. So yeah, just that was a good reminder about things like that. There's a lot of work has to go into it if you do things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like actually manage your domain. What do you want to expand on that, Andrew?
I mean, Amit's point is bang on, really. It's like, you know, I've worked with clients in the past where they had to change because they were going to get sued because they had, you know, they started to expand into different markets, and a big American company was like, hey, we already own that name. Do you want to back off, or we're going to send a whole fleet of lawyers your way? It was like, okay, we need a quick rebrand. But I mean, generally, I start from the point of, unless you really, really, really have to change the URL, don't.
Yeah.
But that's normally where I start with. I mean, I guess if we're going to do the kind of self-congratulatory bit, I mean, my favorite bit of the book was by this person called Crystal Carter. I'm not sure if you heard of her. But if people haven't seen any of your talks around like owning your brand in LLMs and GPTs and all that kind of stuff, go and look up those talks. Like, it's really interesting, and Crystal kind of touches on it in the book too. So there's a section in there about where AI and stuff is going to go with search and how you can influence. I think people feel a little bit frightened of AI. I mean, kind of Chris touched on it a little bit about his client, that, you know, it can still work for you if you know the right levers to pull. And some of them are levers that a lot of us as SEOs are pretty familiar with, but don't be frightened about it. Like, go and have a look at it, see how you can influence those things in a good way for your clients and your brands.
Yeah, I think I've to shout out, but thanks Andrew. So I have an article on the Wix Studio SEO Hub that talks about it, and it has the download for the deck. But from that people that are a little bit afraid point of view, I've definitely seen that. One of the reasons why I wanted to talk about it was because I think people are like, oh no, what are we going to do? Gartner says that organic search is going to drop by all this sort of stuff. But then I like, guys, we're SEOs. We ruined the internet. We can do anything. Come on. Like, so I think I find it really exciting as a new channel. I find it really exciting as a new channel, a new thing to learn, and it builds on all of the skills that we have. Like, I think we've all worked in SEO long enough to know that everything is an iteration rather than a revolution. So this is an iteration, and we've been working with AI and algorithms for years. We know how these things work, and I think we just need to build on those skills. So, yeah, cool, awesome. Well, we have got a fantastic crew today. I want to thank Amit for joining us. Amit, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find my agency on thelinksguy.com, and our socials are there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Andrew, where can people find you apart from the Wix Studio Learning Academy?
Wix Studio, no, let's say apart from there, obviously, I'm optimizing pretty much everywhere. I'm one of the new SEOs that's got very excited about Blue Sky recently. So I'm optimizing on there. But yeah, if you find optimizing with an S for our American cousins. So, but if you stick that in Google, then I tend to show up in most social media places. Come say hi.
Great. Thank you so much. And for your knockout Christmas sweater as well. Thank you. And Matilda, where can people find you?
You can find me over at omctransact.dk or on my social platforms.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing today, and we'll look forward to reading your section in the book.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Laura, where can people find you online?
Searchpedia.co.uk. It's in the making at the moment, so you'll see a nice screen. My socials, I'm on Blue Sky and on LinkedIn.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you have a good one. And
Lovely.
Chris,
Bye.
thank you. Chris, where can people find you?
I'm the only Chris Miyabi in the world, so any social media platform, you can find me easy. And then from there, you can find me at Foundation Inc.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Hello to my second round of wonderful SEO people. We've got a full house, and it's great to see everyone. So we are going to be getting ready in the second session, and we're going to go around. Thank you, Alicia. You've got a copy of the book. I haven't got one yet. You're one of the lucky chosen few. So we've got a fantastic group of folks, so many friendly faces, and we're going to go around, and I'd love you to introduce yourself and share your top tip for SEO in 2025. Let's start with Alessia because she came in super excited and ready to go.
Thank you so much. I was looking into the basic part of SEO, and I think that with this emergence of AI, shiny new tools and everything else, we just need to recollect what we are doing actually. We want to achieve some business goals and what they are and how we're going to achieve it and who is our audience and how we're going to move them through our marketing funnel and how they are going to convert and give us some money to promote our product further and thrive and all that kind of things. So my name is Alessa. I'm doing SEO and I'm a SEO entrepreneur. I'm working with many projects and starting new ventures and all these kind of things. And every time I'm doing the same old thing, who I'm doing it for, how I market it, how I'm branding it, and how they make these decisions and where they're making and why they search for my product or service and how they find it and how they buy it. And so how I can make my life easier and their lives easier thanks to search.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that taking that holistic approach is really, really important going forward in 2025. Rana, are you able to share your top tip for 2025 and introduce yourself?
Thank you for inviting me to share this panel. Actually, I will begin by introducing myself. I'm an expert in digital marketing and SEO based now in Switzerland, and I work for Europe and EMENA. I have my agency Expando Digital, where we offer digital services. And as my tip for 2025 is to have to brand trust. It's more than only SEO. It's to enlarge how we see things in SEO and to focus on other KPIs, not only on ranking and impressions, but helping also our clients to build trust so that when the people will come to their website, they will not leave. So I will share actionable in the book. I have shared actionable strategies so that we can help our clients to be remarkable and so that our people will buy from them.
Absolutely. Brand management is super important, and brand trust is really important, especially in the age of AI. How can they trust you amongst all of that content?
Exactly. That's why I focus add videos to your website so that people will know you, people will trust you, and they will buy from you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And Andy Furbisher, great to see you again.
Hello.
Hi, and welcome to the session. And introduce yourself and share your tip.
Yes, so I'm Andy Frobisher. I am a freelance SEO consultant over at andyfrobisher.com. I went quite left field with my tip. I wanted people to start thinking more about the planet and how SEOs are maybe a little bit responsible for energy consumption. So really it was about what I believe is we should be thinking a little bit more into the future about how we as SEOs can contribute towards energy consumption and global targets to reduce energy consumption, the sheer amount of energy that the internet uses. And, there's a possibility that Google might have to put more weight on some of these metrics like page speed and core web vitals in order to almost help people along to speed up their websites, reduce the amount of energy that a website uses, think more about, eco-hosting and things like that. So yeah, it was really a deep dive into sort of statistics onto why it's important and why we should be thinking about it, alongside many of the other things, because I believe over the next 5 years it's going to become more and more important as a lot of governments and big corporations have these targets that they've set themselves.
So you're advocating for managing crawl budget, yes? That's what you're.
Yes, absolutely. Crawl budget, page speed, improved hosting. Just thinking about us as SEOs, how we can help and be responsible for making sure that our clients, our websites, consume less energy, essentially.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's been very front of mind for Google. Like they have that, baked into, like, it's in the search bar that they're trying to advocate for greener search, and I think that duplicate content, posting the duplicate content that doesn't need to go, managing your server crawls so you're not doing 7 redirect management, that saves the planet, people. It's not just for link hygiene. So yes, I agree. It's good for everyone. And if we can also go next to Sanja, you can let us know what your tip was for 2025.
Yeah, thank you. Well, my name is Sanja Markovic. I'm a senior SEO specialist at WebCertain, and my tip for 2025, which I think can apply for any year, actually is related to site migrations and how they're conducted. So I like to use this metaphor that for all those that are working on site migrations should look at it a little bit like moving houses, because we want to make sure that we haven't lost any of important resources on the way. And also we ideally want to move to a nicer, tidier and a cleaner house. So now everyone that is an SEO knows that it's not that black or white, and there are many difficulties with resources, with what of the recommendations we provide actually get implemented. But I really try to highlight this, that if we outline all the phases from the beginning, from the start, all the actions that we have to implement, if all the decisions in the site migrations are based on data, in particular when it comes to content that we want to retain or retire, this will result in a successful site migration. So, and ideally, we will provide better experience for our users. So this is kind of where we also can include a little bit of UX design. But yeah, this was my tip for 2025.
Yeah, this is great. And obviously, if you move house, don't forget to redirect your mail. You
Exactly.
don't want your post to go to the other people at the other place. You need to make sure that you're sending a forwarding address. That's super important as well. So yes, I think it's really important. And yeah, great tip. Our next tip is going to come from Mansa. Mansa, are you able to share your tip for 2025?
Hello, everyone. I am pleased to be here one more year. I'm Montserrat Cano. I work in global SEO, global digital marketing, helping global brands to stay alive, basically, and to remain competitive in this very busy market online landscape. So, I wanted to draw people's attention this year and next year towards the fact that we need to understand our audiences a bit better, because with so many changes that are happening at this moment in time, it is important to go deeper into understanding the audiences that we are trying to target, whether we really need to target them, and the market where they are living, the context that they are living themselves, so that we understand what exactly it is that we need to do to resonate with them, so that we can build trust and basically shrink this what we now call messy middle, but it's basically the decision-making processes from discovery to purchase or repeat purchases. That is, at this moment in time, with AI and so many other things happening, super important.
Absolutely. And I think that that messy middle, we lose people in that space. So the less friction that we have with that, particularly when you have multiple languages, is going to be really, really important. So yeah, I think that's a great tip. Thank you for sharing. And Lucia, are you able to share your tip for 2025?
Hi, Crystal, of course. My tip's all about proving the value of e-commerce SEO. So my company is Dello Insights, and I'm the founder, and I take sales data off the e-commerce platforms and then turn it into dashboards and reports. And although this is quite an e-commerce specific tip I'm giving today, it does apply to everyone. 3 challenges we typically face is really around acquiring customers, the very tight marketing budgets, and then the rising costs of actually marketing activity. And really in that background, I think important in SEO to really show that we're attracting the right customers so that retailers understand that we're bringing the value they want to. The SEO view of the world can be quite static in terms of it looks at ranking, it might look at views, it might look at acquisition, but actually we could get to a much better view if we look at the UTM codes. Or if we take the UTM codes of an order, we can then actually track it over time, see what products are bought, where the sales are coming from, if people repeat buy again, and then we can start building some metrics and dashboards. So, for example, we look at campaigns and trying to get the ROI on a campaign, we can then relate that to someone's profit margins and eventually the product that they receive. If we look at if they've got, say, overstock products, we manage to do some selling on that, we can then help a retailer with their stock optimization strategy. And if we achieve further sales, we can get to customer lifetime values. So for me, it's really all about being able to align what the customer wants to see and what they understand to our SEO metrics, and that helps us prove the value of the e-commerce SEO.
Yes, and also helps you to stop wasting your energy on stuff that doesn't work, because you can say this thing that we did not work. We should not do that again. It's better for the planet.
When you measure it, you know it, you can then do something different or do it again and know what the result is. So yeah.
Exactly. So then that's good for the planet. It goes to Andy's point. It's better for the messy middle, goes to Monsa's point. It goes to lots of different points. So yes, absolutely. If it ain't measured, it doesn't matter. On to Suxing, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. And what is your top tip for 2025?
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me. Yeah, so my top tip is I'm Suxing, I'm freelancer. I do SEO.co.uk. And my top tip is how to work smarter and stay relevant. So just trying to this came from the amount of noise and legit information, as well as kind of noisy, sensational information in the industry, and basically how to stay on top of that, as well as obviously the changes with things like the algorithm, ways people search, LLMs, ChatGPT, etc. overall, and the impact it has just on an SEO's job, as well as their organization or agency, and if you're a small business owner or freelancer like myself as well, just basically just trying to stay on top of everything, account for all of these changes, and find the way that you can offer a USP amongst this industry, and use this information to push forward basically. So as a freelancer, I had to look at, okay, I don't have the benefit of being around colleagues in an agency setting, coming from 15 years on the agency side, also working in-house as well. I worked with a lot of marketing managers, and they struggle to stay informed and use us as a way to do that. And I had to think, okay, well, how can I fill this gap of community where I don't have the immediate brains of my colleagues and stuff through natural conversations? And I had to look at ways to join Slack groups, WhatsApp groups, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc., in-person events through local initiatives with small businesses and marketing agencies, etc., locally, and try to fill that void of communication and community, as well as staying informed myself with the time that I have, because I became, my client services, finance, admin person, becoming a freelancer, right? So I thought I have even less time. So I thought, okay, how can I find hacks, So reading articles aloud, listening to more podcasts, like the Wix one, as well as, David, etc., and Majestic, and just trying to find efficient ways to stay informed, work smarter, and basically just find your place amongst this really changing. 17 years in SEO for myself, right? And the last few years have been there's been so many changes. And so just trying to stay ahead of that and offer value, took a lot of thought from my end. So I thought I'd, write about that.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. There's been a while, and I must admit, the first when it first sort of happened, I was like, oh, I don't know. but I'm feeling really
Yeah.
excited about it now. You kind of
Yeah,
have to
same.
embrace it.
Yeah. There's so many benefits coming up, and that people just look at AI and stuff, but it's like, yeah, but it's still using our content, and we still
Yes.
have to make it see the good content and provide a good user journey on the website and build the topical authority and entities, etc. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Brave new world. Next, Catherine, if you can round us out with your top tip for 2025.
Sure. So yeah, I'm Catherine Stormont. I'm a freelance SEO consultant at DigiFreelancer. My top tip for 2025 is don't forget about those core web vitals. It's, they're the statistics that sort of sit in your console and kind of sometimes get forgotten about. And, Google's been banging on about user experience for many years. And this year, I think it's really important to optimize those and make sure that it's kind of worked. It's Google indicators really for user experience and not necessarily what can be seen with the naked eye. And so it's a case of working with your development teams and your design teams, getting them on board, and your UX teams as well, and just getting them on board to try and make sure that there is no sort of poor URLs in the system, and use those indicators to do some further UX testing.
Absolutely, and I think that going back to friction and changes with AI, if users have other options, then they will have less patience for your super slow website. So it's very important to make sure that you've got a website that performs well in this space, and to use the tools that we have available to us. So yes, we've got such a panel with so many great insights and a nice wide range of information. We have a question for Suk here that says recommendations for communities, WhatsApp, Slack, things like that, places where you can find information other than the SEO in 2025 live stream and book.
Yeah.
Where else would you recommend?
Yeah, so for me, I'm still discovering the general kind of community. So for me, because I'm a freelancer and I was a head of SEO, so I'm part of these freelancer head of SEO groups on Slack, WhatsApp, and whatnot. I'm also in a really good one as an Asian in search, so Asians in search on Slack as well. So I'm a bit new to inviting people and joining things in Slack. So I've been invited to a few things, but I'll have a look at my list and see if there's publicly accessible links as well. I think other people are part of some great Slacks as well that could probably share some publicly accessible links. And then I found it really easy to join the LinkedIn and Facebook groups as well. You answer a couple of questions on SEO just to make sure you're not a bot or just building links and all that. And then they'll say you're legit and join that as well. And basically I found a lot of value in contributing to them to build up your topical authority, getting some legit responses from them, and slowly building people's trust and just sharing ideas. And so what you put in, you get out of those groups as well. So it's really good to contribute as well as just being a WhatsApp lurker, like we all are sometimes as well.
Agreed. I'm in a few WhatsApp groups of myself. Also a few people in this group are in the Women in Tech SEO group, which has an active Facebook group and Slack channel, and various different WhatsApps for events and things.
It's super useful, really.
Super useful. Shout out to Women in Tech SEO. Andy also runs a group as well.
Neurodivergence in SEO. Yeah, so it's set up by Jack Chambers Ward and Sarah Preach about 3 or 4 years ago off the back of Women in Tech SEO. So it's a Slack group mainly for people with neurodivergence or people that suspect they might be neurodivergent. And it's a good safe space for us all to collaborate and be our spicy neurodivergent selves. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, highly recommend, like, find your squad, join a group and get involved. And Jordan also added through a couple of newsletters like SEO FOMO and Searchlight by the Wix Studio SEO Hub. So just throwing it out to the rest of the group or as a whole, was there anyone else or any other sections? Alessia and Lucia, I see you both have copies of the book. Were there any sections in the book that were particularly stand out for you from the rest of the insights?
Right.
Yeah.
I actually liked your insight that you should treat the AI as like another channel, an opportunity for you to grow, to have your audience back, because they say like the search is going to give us less and less clicks and less people. So yeah, That one, and I also like the one of Jono, Stop Writing Articles. So I think it's really valuable, and in the future it may lead to more problems if you continue your old spammy way, of making all this there is a concept of topic authority and all these kind of things, and making topical maps and spamming your corporate blog with unrelated or partially related stuff, but it might be not a great idea for the future. So yeah, I find his take also very valuable.
Oh, yeah, I've heard Jono talk about this, and I agree with what he said. So yeah, that's great, and thank you for shouting out my article as well. So yeah, cool. Lucia.
Yes, I like the user insights. I think because I spend so much time in data, the opposite is when you look at the user insights, why people are behaving how they do, because I do the measurement. Becky Sims wrote a really good article all about thinking about your user behavior. And she gave the example of someone booking a holiday, how they might use the social channels and, AI early on in their search to get ideas and then visuals of where to go and look at pictures. And then how they then switch on to Google when they actually want to do the purchasing and getting the higher prices. So I really like that aspect of way of thinking about it. She talks a lot about the generational gap as well, in terms of the demographics, what kind of media they're going to use to accessorize it. I think for me, that's just a fascinating counterpoint to what I do, looking behind why people are making those decisions and what drives them.
Absolutely, and I think that the idea, the profiles of users and how we profile users has changed so much. It used to be like people who are this age do this, and people who are that age do that. But it's much more complex. Mansa, did you want to jump in on that?
It is a lot more complex at this moment in time. Because what happens is that AI has impacted us all, and we are all learning about how to use those tools that use AI. Even Google is using AI at this moment in time. And then they've got social media, which is a lot more advanced than it used to be before. We've got e-commerce integrated, even in Perplexity. So I think there is a huge change developing, which is the reason why it is important to pay attention and to make sure that we do not make any assumptions. Because I have been in many panels over the years where even CMOs were talking about their failing attempts in global expansion just based on their experiences as students about 20, 30 years ago. We need to avoid doing that at this moment in time. The changes that we are experiencing are too high. And as brands, we need to maximize our budgets. We need to maximize our time. And generally, finding efficiencies is the right way to do things. And so looking into brand competitor and market research and everything is one way. Going back to basics, and this is some of the tips that I have found from the draft copy that I got. So I haven't got my actual copy as yet, but the copy of the book, but I do have the draft copy. And going back to basics is super important at this moment in time, because we tend to, yes, Alicia, and we tend to forget about URL structure, architecture. So important for going global. If you don't have a solid structure, it's really, really difficult. What else? Even keywords still matter. Images. I mean, just the basics. I wouldn't forget exactly, but I wouldn't pay so much attention to the flashy stuff. That's what it is, and this helps us quite a lot with website migrations, which are the other set of tips that I quite liked from this edition.
Cool. And Rana, I saw you nodding along. Was there a section that you agreed with or were interested in?
No, I loved that so much also. Yeah, I agreed totally with the idea of keeping off the basics are still matters. So when we are talking about, let me say, new strategies to make the brand awareness, it's of course after having and taking care of all the essentials like keywords still matters, images, adding the alt correctly and everything still matters now. yeah, but it will be the other dimension. And instead of writing useless articles, as has been discussed later before, it's about really focusing our effort on building something really real, which can attract the clients and keep them with us while we are moving all the way. You know, Google Shopping has changed completely the e-commerce landscape, and we should adapt to that. And one of the most important elements is that the people will look for us, build this trust. So I totally agree. And I like that also I didn't have yet my copy. That's why I was laughing, because you have yours. But actually the content, when we see, when we have seen the content and all the chapters that are covered, I love that it covers everything from going back to basics and taking care of them through the migration, through what the AI and LLM has changed in our lives today.
Yes, absolutely. There's such a wide range. Sonia, did you want to jump in?
Yes, I just wanted to add up to what Montse and Rana were saying, because I also don't have the book, but I managed to go through some of the tips. And I think behind all of this that you just said, we have to have in mind and be mindful of user intent. So keywords are important, but it's actually even more important that we really understand what our users are searching for, what is their need. And this is something that is not static. The user intent can shift, it can change because of seasonality or because of different events. So and this will be reflected in the search. So because Google is learning from user interaction, how users interact with the search results. So this is what we really need to look at, to really understand what kind of content we need to provide for the users in order to satisfy their needs and help them achieve their goals.
Absolutely. Phil, thank you so much for a fantastic panel. Alessia, where can people find you online?
I'm Googleable. I'm optimizing for my name as well. You can find me on Google and in Telegram specifically.
Okay, wonderful. And Rana, where can people find you?
Also on Google, of course, but mainly on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn, so bienvenue.
Wonderful, thank you. Andy, as well as a neurodivergence in SEO, where else can people find you?
Yeah, andyfrobisher.com. Again, easily Googleable. Not many people with my name. Active on LinkedIn. Not so much X these days. I have joined the Blue Sky gang, so yeah, you can find me there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing today. And
Thank you.
Catherine, where can people find you?
You can find me at digifreelancer.co.uk, or I'm quite active on LinkedIn, or just search my name. There's not many people with my name either.
There you go. Thank you so much, Catherine. And Suk, where can people find you online?
Yeah, I think I'm Googleable as well. I need to check my entity automation. Sukhjinder Singh or Sukh Singh for easier typing. Active on LinkedIn and idoseo.co.uk.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great one.
You too.
And Sanja, where can we find you online?
Yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn mostly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. And Mansa, where can we find you?
People can find me on Google. I'm also very Googleable. You can find me for international SEO and international digital marketing as well at montserrat-cano.com or Blue Sky, LinkedIn, and happy to share, happy to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Mansa. And Lucia, where can people find you?
Hi. Thank you, Crystal. LinkedIn, basically. Just go to LinkedIn. It's my best place to find me. I'm active there, so.
Cool, wonderful. Thank you so much for being on the panel, and thank you. And I'm going to pass it back to
thank you so much, Crystal. Where can people find you?
So people can find me at the Wix Studio SEO Learning Hub at wix.com/SEO/learn. You can find me and stuff, and you can also find me on LinkedIn.
Crystal, thank you so much for co-hosting that first hour. You know, it was great to have you on. You're such a energetic, insightful host, and we really appreciate you coming on. So thank you again.
Shucks, thanks very much. And you guys are going to have a great panel. So many lovely people. Lovely to see everyone.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Crystal. Well, co-host of the next two sessions is Marketing and Partnerships Manager at Candor, Jack Chambers Ward. Hello, Jack.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. And how are you doing today, sir?
Good, yeah. I've got big shoes to fill, filling up after Crystal Carter, and like I feel the pressure right now, you know.
Oh, I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. So you'll glide over the next session, no problem at all. We've got lots of wonderful SEOs joining us for the next half hour, and then half hour after that, half hour. We've got 6 more panel sessions to go. Little bit of noise there in the background. Let me just see if I can identify who it is and mute a mic or two. But that's fine. We can easily do that. That happens obviously when we've got so many wonderful panelists. Jack, I'm just going to pass it straight over to you because you'll have so many wonderful conversations that I don't want to take anything away from you. So take it away, sir.
Brilliant. Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're into the second hour now of this 4-hour live stream. I'm joined by an amazing panel for the next half an hour or so. And essentially, I'm going to kick things off going straight to the person next to me on the live stream. Ed Zabrinsky, I'm going to come to you first. What was your tip for SEO in 2025? And give a little introduction to the people who might not know you on the live stream as well.
Cheers, Jack. I'm Ed Zabrinsky. I'm the Global SEO and Content Manager over at Sweep Funding. We're a B2B finance broker that help SMEs and small businesses find access to funding that they need to fuel their business growth. My tip for SEO in 2025 was how global EAT needs to be a local strategy, how you can scale your content output to meet this criteria, and also almost using the Pareto law of getting 80% of the results from 20% of the work, how you can essentially repurpose a lot of your content on a global level to satisfy that EAT requirement.
That's really interesting. I love the way you brought the EAT stuff into local SEO, because I feel like we hear it so much about the content discussion, right? Including all your author information, making sure you're proving yourself as an expert, as you have experience with your products and things like that. But having experience with your products and services is hugely relevant to local SEO, right? I know that's something I think a lot of us kind of underestimate. So huge credit to you for kind of making the connection and bringing it together. Is it something you found really useful for yourself and your clients?
Oh, massively. So where we've entered into new markets, particularly into the US, obviously the US is a beast in its own right. Each state is governed differently. There are different rules, regulations, compliancy acts, and things like that. So really making sure that you have content that is surfaceable and easily accessible to Google and also any website visitor that's relevant to their geolocation is massive in building that trust element, satisfying that T criteria of EAT, and ultimately it provides a lot of longevity for your SEO strategy, which, as we know in this ever-changing landscape, is more important now than ever.
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, I was having a conversation with a client the other day who were thinking about expansion. And like you said, if you go in with that strategy from the get-go, you have that scalability, right? You're then able to do it rather than a sudden pivot of, oh no, now we need to break out into a new market. And you realize all the things we've been building are so focused on our original market, you then can't expand outside out of that. So
no,
you're right. Going in with the original strategy is a great idea.
Absolutely. And if you're also using like the bedrock of information that you've got already, you're a few steps ahead before you even get going, as you're not having to create new content from the ground up. You can repurpose what you have and just make it hyper relevant to the audience and the location that you're emerging into.
Absolutely, absolutely. And speaking of EAT, Eva, I'll come to you next for your tip. Introduce yourself to the lovely folks watching us on YouTube. And what was your tip for SEO in 2025?
So hi everyone, I'm Eva. I'm a SEO and content specialist working in the industry for 8 years. Seeing as I do content a lot, my tip was related to the content. So mine was to deliver meaningful content and do not dismiss the EVP signals that are important for writing content and optimizing websites.
I love the use of the word meaningful feels important there, right? Because again, as I just said when I was talking to Ed just there, like we talk about EAT a lot and we talk about that in content, but what for you makes it meaningful? What's the difference there between just kind of ticking the boxes but actually making an impact?
Honestly, with the clients I've worked at, a lot of the AI content has been used, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's been used raw, and it doesn't give any value, it doesn't give any insight, it doesn't give any personal touch. So the word meaningful for me was related to just like write for your audience, write to people who read it, basically come from your own perspective of what you want to read when you're looking for something. Try to deliver that to your audience. So wanted to put a special emphasis on the meaningful, because just pouring out content in bulk will not do much. It has to be content that will be the people will look for and read and enjoy. It's for the people. By the people,
Yeah.
for the people.
I think it was definitely something that Optimize was talking about in the earlier in the first half an hour with Crystal, and I know it's something that Jono Alderson will be talking about later. That is this, I think, maybe a bad habit a lot of SEOs and a lot of marketers got into for just making content for content's sake, right? There's just this, we all get into the habit, we all get into the rhythm of like, oh, we'll just keep making content over and over again. And I was, again, having this conversation with one of my clients the other day of just like, maybe we've kind of ticked all of the boxes so far. Maybe we should move on to something else, adjust our strategy, think of something new. Whereas I think a lot of us kind of can get into the bad habit of just settling into, just keep doing the same thing and hope for the best, right?
Yeah, just delivering the content for the website and see what happens.
Exactly. Well, moving on, I'm going to come over to someone I know very well, my co-founder of Neurodivergence and SEO. Hello, Sarah Picorna. What is your SEO tip for 2025? And introduce yourself to the folks at home watching on YouTube.
Hi, Jack. So I'm Sarah. You probably know me by the surname Presh or Picorna. Yeah, just to confuse everybody. But yeah, I'm the digital marketing director at Dragon Metrics and also Jack's co-founder at Neurodivergence and SEO. My tip was all about how you can use social psychology to understand kind of what people are doing better and how to get people to do what you want. So it's a way of just taking your SEO a little bit deeper and really hacking, what people are thinking.
I saw you do a talk about psychology and marketing, funny enough, at International Search Summit earlier this year. And I love the way you kind of bring that kind of foundational psychology stuff. Because again, I think a lot of us as being so focused on the digital marketing side of things forget that it is humans we're interacting with at the end of the day, right? And we all have brains. We're all subject to psychological manipulation, whether we like to admit it or not. And I love your little get users to do what you want bit at the end of your tip there. Like, you're not just kind of bringing people to your site, but you're actually getting them to do things like convert, to interact with your content and stuff like that as well. From your experience, what are the kind of things you've been looking at with, thinking about that kind of interactive level, thinking about once somebody is on the site, where do they go from there? What do they interact? What's the kind of psychological tips and nuances around kind of pushing people to do what you want them to do rather than just them clicking off and going off on their merry way?
Yeah, I think there's so many different things that you can do. And like you said, all you really need to do is kind of start from the basics of psychology. So you don't really need to be too scared about it. You can start at the basics and then build it up. So it really is accessible to everybody. But I think it's just understanding kind of people's motivations when they go onto your website and what they're looking to do there. And if you're not giving them what they're looking to do, or you're not phrasing your content in a way that kind of drives them to take the next step, they're just going to go onto your website and then just go away after it. And of course, we're there to do more than just get conversions. We're there, as marketers to try and get people to take action and stuff. So it's all understanding about that motivation, people's wants and desires and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. Moving on to talk about AI next. I'll come to you, Manuel Madelu. Let's talk about AI and how we shouldn't be used by it. That was what I understood from your SEO tip. And give a little introduction to yourself for the people watching on YouTube as well.
Yeah, you spoil it, but yeah, I'm Manuel. Hi, hello everyone. I'm an SEO director at Performix, which is part of Publicis. A bit complicated, but like Publicis is the bigger group. I've been in marketing, SEO for 15, 16 years now, I think. I lost the count. But starting as self-employed first for 10 years and then moving to client side and then agency side. So I've been doing a lot like inside out and then focusing mostly on technical SEO and now mainly enjoying the AI experimentation and integration with your work streams. In a nutshell, I like to speak for a lot of time, but I'll try to make it short today. My tip is essentially, use AI and avoid to be used by it, because I think essentially, since we started to discuss AI, since the first release of ChatGPT 3 at the beginning and, API integration. So the risk is for us as marketers, not only SEOs, but to see AI as the panacea, big word, but essentially one-stop solution for the all SEO nightmares. So we tend to see to AI as, everything you need to sort all your issues when it comes to content production or, even image generation and so on, and also coding and a lot of other stuff we usually discuss. But it's not like that, because one, yes, you can use AI, to leverage and improve efficiencies, but you have to be clever about it and also have a look around and see which other tools are available, because otherwise you might spend a lot of times, like days, weeks, and months in developing the tool you've got in mind, but wasting time because maybe the solution is out there. Plus, also in terms of output, you need to be careful because, yes, AI can help in, improving ideation, make it faster to create something good, but then you can have hallucination, the output needs to be tested. So be very careful. And again, use AI yourself, test, experiment, double check everything, but avoid to fully rely and just copy and paste the output and, just use AI for the sake of using it.
Yeah, I think having that human touch is such a key part of that, right? Like, you're totally right. We can use AI in so many ways to improve our efficiencies and really speed up a lot of the content creation process. But I think you've got it spot on there with people getting used by it. People get carried away and trying to want the typical kind of magic answer, the one-click solution, all that kind of stuff. And is there an example you can think of where people are being used by AI? Is it kind of those sites that have been just churning out AI generated content have then been hit by the helpful content updates and stuff like that?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I brought a case study at the previous Brighton SEO, not the latest. So I built an entire site with AI, but not just text, not just content, but even images, videos, a bit of everything. And I mean, again, if you're clever, so the way I did it, I built a process. So it's not just about creating content, but making sure all the boxes were ticked in terms of, adhering to Google guidelines and EAT, meeting the user intent. So I wasn't just asking ChatGPT, create content, but I was making sure everything was reflecting my key research, intent analysis, and so on. And also the way I was putting online. So it was by, making sure the content was structured with all the headings, with, click to action, and so on. So yeah, I mean, fully optimized to then deliver quality, not just, AI content. Another example, just quickly, you might spend time because you might get excited by, an idea you have about AI, and hey, I need to use this script to produce metadata, but then you spend maybe weeks in developing, whether, nowadays, even internally, because I work for a big company, a big group. So maybe you have other teams developing the same solution you have in mind. So it's always best to have a look around, discuss with people, brainstorm, and also look for maybe existing solution out there. We're using a lot of tools with now integration, Hrefs, SEO Monitor, SEO Clarity, all they use AI in some degree. So best to have a look first and then, develop something yourself.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have started building like custom GPTs and all that kind of stuff as well. There's an amazing like sub marketplace of all that kind of stuff. So you're right, where you can get really specific answers to really specific problems. And like I've totally fallen into that rabbit hole of trying to build a tool first rather than just actually manually doing the thing. And I probably could have done that thing just manually myself in the time that it took me to build the tool. And again, you're totally right. Again, there's a element there of, if it is a bigger company or a bigger team and it's worth that future investment, sometimes building that tool can be worth it if in the long run it will save you time. But yeah, I have totally been guilty of going down that rabbit hole before.
Yeah, I've been experimenting myself on my skin, all of that, because I've been building tools for the teams, and sometimes I end up wasting a lot of time, whether maybe it's worth discussing first with the people.
Absolutely. Moving on to talk about brand now. Rejoice Ojiaku, welcome to the live stream. I know you and I have spoken many times on social media. This is the first time we're actually sharing a call together, which is very, very nice. And I know we were chatting on LinkedIn earlier. I think our tips, my tip and your tip, are some of the most aligned in the whole book. So I'm very excited to hear you talk about brand and introduce yourself to the wonderful people on YouTube as well.
Yeah, it's great to be here. So I'm Rejoice, SEO manager at Nelson Bostock Unlimited. It's a PR and comms agency for B2B clients. So my tip is around sort of incorporating and integrating brand archetypes into your content strategy so that it aligns in terms of content, and then you can identify like the buyer's persona. So it's really all about how we can tap into making like an experience out of brands within our SEO and content strategy, because I think nowadays how searchers and users kind of relate to brands, it is now about a value. It is now about building that experiences. And I think brand archetypes is a great framework to kind of use and sort of build on when it comes to sort of content. So that's essentially my tip. Yeah.
So you mentioned brand archetypes. What is a brand archetype? I've heard the phrase before, but I don't think I've ever actually seen, outside of your tip in the book, it actually explained in a way that kind of made sense to me.
Yeah, so essentially there are, I think brands sort of have this need to connect with the audience in a way that's meaningful and in a way that sort of builds authenticity, which essentially aligned with your tip. So brand archetypes are these frameworks that are sort of used from a psychological approach. And the whole point of it is that it represents a model image of a person that can transcend beyond language and culture. So archetypes then become this distinct personas, if you kind of look at it in that way, and they represent how you sort of want your brand to be perceived. So within that, there are 12 frameworks. So if we take known brands such as Apple will fall into the archetype of creator, because the creator is, the purpose of the creator archetype is to kind of create this perfect product or services. Their goal is to be innovative. So a lot of content you will see that Apple pushes out are so much aligned to innovation, creativity in that way. So it's a great way to kind of give your brand a persona that people can kind of relate to. And it would help when you're writing content, because you can write from that persona and kind of personify your brand in a way.
Yeah, it feels like the evolution of personas to me, because I think there's been that kind of discussion in marketing for a while now, building personas for your products, your services, your site, your brand, whatever it is. I think Apple is a brilliant example. I was chatting to a friend of mine who works in-house for a, how would I describe it, like health, like protein mixing kind of bottle kind of things, those kind of things. And you can tell I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't work there. And his boss was saying like, oh yeah, we need to be more like Apple. We need to do this. Having a very similar conversation of, I don't think your audience is the same as Apple.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get away with what Apple, one of the most notable brands in the world, can get away with, because you're making, protein shake mixes or whatever. Like that's quite a different industry, right?
Yeah. I think it's hard to sort of copy other brands' archetype, because again, audiences are different, expectations and goals will be different. So the purpose of kind of knowing what archetypes your brand falls into, it just allows you to kind of write to your audience in that tone of voice or in that imagery, so your audience can sort of look at the content, and when they take it in, it feeds back into the goal. And there's 12 archetypes out there that you can sort of play around with and see where your brand sort of fits in. So essentially my tip is just saying that if we take the archetypes and sort of give our brands those archetypes when we're writing content, it would help when you're looking at keyword strategies, because certain keywords might be aligned to the goals of that archetype that you can maybe utilize when you're creating topics or content ideation. So it's just a nice framework to make sure that you're consistently being consistent in content strategy, and you can then add all the wonderful SEO elements in there, and that way you sort of start from or move from being a silo to now thinking about your brand within an ecosystem that pulls in SEO, that pulls in social media, or pulls in outreach, and kind of make sure it's all aligned in that way.
Yeah, I know that was a big part of the first hour discussion that Crystal hosted, was that escaping SEO as a silo, right? Mm-hmm. I think all of us seem to be talking about this in 2024. That's definitely been a theme, and basically an overarching theme for all the guests I've had on Search with Canada this year. Everybody ends up saying like, oh yeah, I think we need to stop thinking about SEO and so we need to think about your brand, think about your site. The ecosystem is a brilliant way of putting it, Rejoice. Like there's an element here of, we need to think about diversifying traffic sources and all that kind of stuff as well. I think you're absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Speaking of user experience, I'll come to you next, Martina. Please introduce yourself to the folks on YouTube watching the live stream and tell us a little bit about your SEO tip for 2025.
Hi, so my name is Martina. I am an international SEO consultant and strategist. I also mentor and I train companies in SEO. My number one tip for SEO in 2025 is that customer experience will become alpha and omega. of SEO in 2025. And the reason is because a lot of organizations speak about customer experience. But when it comes to implementation, they're not so good at it. So there's basically two perspectives. One is a technical perspective. I think they will have to start truly deep diving into their data and start thinking about all users. For example, those users with some accessibility needs, because the vast majority of websites don't have inclusive user interfaces. And I hope that with the coming European Accessibility Act that will come into force in June 2025, this will change, or at least some companies will have to start acting, which is great. But it's not just about it. They will have to start focusing on users with also like mid-end and low-end devices, because not everybody has like the latest iPhone, right? People in marketing probably do, but we are not the target audience of every business in the world. So that would be it. And there's a lot more, but last but not least, the content optimization perspective is that I think that all the content efforts will basically require to include the all organization units, also outside of marketing. People often talk about it, but then when I discuss it even within my corporate trainings, I see that they're really struggling in mutual collaboration. So they will have to include sales teams or product teams if they have to, because these people can help attract like organic traffic and improve user engagement. They know the answers, they understand customer pain points, can provide insights into what they're asking, how they talk about the product or the problems, and they can help with these definitions. Social media teams, they contribute to an increase in branded traffic or boost interactions, and they also help to identify trends and spot insights and sentiment. And they also encourage clicks because they respond to comments, reviews, feedback, and they basically manage like brands' online reputations, of course, with the cooperation of the PR department. And last but not least, a customer service or customer care teams, they can help improve FAQs, local SEO, increase customer satisfaction. These people know what people dislike, what people cannot find, what they're asking for, and they also may help retaining customers, because customers usually tell them everything.
100%. Yeah, I think you're totally right. A lot of people talk about customer experience and talking about, yeah, we speak to our customers, we get all the data, but how many companies actually do that is a much more different question. And then those who implement it is an even smaller fraction of that as well. I think you're absolutely spot on, Martina. Let's talk about some skills now, shall we, with Julia Panozzo. Welcome to the live stream. Please introduce yourself for the people who don't know you on the YouTube live stream and tell us your SEO tip for 2025.
Hey, Jack. I feel like the introduction should be something that's down to you, because you always make the best introductions. However,
I'm trying to keep it quick this time. I'm trying not to take over the show with 5-minute introductions for everybody. We'll be here all day.
Yeah. So I'm Julia Panozzo. I'm a neuromarketing consultant and trainer, and I currently work for one of the biggest marketplaces in the US as a director of customer acquisition. And my tip is to invest in expanding your skill set, because I think we can all agree that in the past year alone, we've seen so much change. And I feel like it's really easy to get overwhelmed with the amount of changes, and then everyone's telling us to do different things. So we cannot really expect our jobs to stay the same. And while it's quite overwhelming, it might be, sort of a challenge to be in SEO right now, I feel like it's also a great opportunity for us to really make our function what we want it to be. Therefore, my tip was to invest in expanding your skill set. And I know that it's easier for some places, or like some workplaces rather than others. I know that there's agencies, for example, an agency that I came from before had 8 hours a week dedicated to professional development, which is something that actually led me to be a public speaker, because I was absolutely terrified of calls. And then in those 8 hours, I would work on presentations, etc. There is a number of instances where we prioritize, I feel like, learning skills that are physical, and we're like, okay, well, once a week I'll go swimming or I'll go to the gym or whatever, but we don't allocate the same time for other skills that are less measurable. And I feel like that's the time to do so, because it is really our chance to make our function what we want it to be.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting comparison to, like you said, people scheduling going to the gym or going swimming and stuff like that, but actually having some dedicated time to think about your career progression, your personal development, you developing your skills is such a brilliant way of kind of like justifying it to your manager or boss if you need to do that as well, right? You can then plan in, okay, like you said, certain amount of hours per month or per week are dedicated to me doing this thing, and seeing how that will benefit you, how that will benefit your company, the company you work for, whatever it is. I think that's a really, really great way of looking at it when it comes to expanding your skills, thinking about how you can diversify yourself and not just kind of get stuck in a silo, as we kind of keep talking about that. Again, that seems to be the broader theme here. Everybody, I'll just stick with my technical SEO things, and maybe you can expand that out and, like you said, start public speaking, go on more podcasts, go on live streams, go to conferences, all that kind of stuff. I think it's hugely, hugely relevant. And I know Suksing talked about it in the last session, communities as well, like being a part of these communities. Like I said, conferences, the amazing community Majestic and David have built here. There's amazing opportunities around if you give yourself that time to invest in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about branding, we talked about AI, we talked about psychology. There is so much that we can invest over. SEO is truly multidimensional right now. And yeah, I feel like there's so much out there. There's courses, there's, for ML, there's analytics for SEO. There's a number of courses that we can take. So just schedule an hour, maybe in the weekend if you don't have the time during the week, but just to find what you're really interested in and how we can add more value to your 8 hours a day, because it's a long time to spend in a job that maybe you don't really want to do if it doesn't interest you. So yeah, keep it interesting.
Absolutely, absolutely. And last but not least, we're going from the very broad, niching down a little bit to bring in Danny Leitner. Tell me about your SEO tip for 2025 and introduce yourself to everyone watching on YouTube as well.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Danny Leitner. I'm an independent Swiss SEO consultant, and I'm specialized in the German market. So I'm optimizing for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And my tip for SEO was to become an authority on one topic. So essentially to build topical authority under one topic and not write about or communicate or anything you're doing about a lot of topics. I think in the end, it actually comes to what a lot of the people are saying in the book, brand building. You want to be known for something and not for everything.
I think that's totally relevant. Like you're saying, we're having that conversation with Joyce earlier, that element of building your brand and what are you known for? Like if you think of insert name of agency here or insert name of brand you work for here, what are you known for? What is the like tagline? What are the users thinking of when they click on your website or they see an ad on a bus stop or on a YouTube channel or whatever it is? That's a really interesting way of thinking about it. And I think that's a continuation of a lot of what we've been seeing where people thinking about that specialization and applies to careers as well. I know a lot of people go and then, as Julie was just saying about skills, learn specific skills, understand different elements there. Is there anything from your experience to how deep and niche and specific do you have to get? Should you be thinking about a really, really tiny slice of an overall broader topic, or is there kind of a limit to how specific you need to get?
Well, that's a really good question. It really depends.
It depends. There we go.
Now, I mean, if you go too niche, you risk that you're so niche that with talking 2 times about it, you're already done. So, I mean, that would be if I would say like, I'm now just talking and writing about topical authority. That's my only expertise. Now, my topic is SEO. That's one part of it. But that's where I start to build my topical authority. But of course, if you go too broad and you think like, I will take over the world and I will be known for sports. Well, that's just too broad. Because which sport? And what community are you looking at? So I think that's really, you need to find like the sweet spot between being too niche and not having any audience and being too broad to have like also not any audience, because everyone is not an audience.
You can't make everyone happy, right? Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't.
You shouldn't try to.
It's not fun.
I always say if you start a new piece of content, especially if you're doing public stuff like podcasts and YouTube that I've been doing over the last few years, there's always that you get your first hate comment. You're like, okay, now I know I've made it. Like, that is when you
Yeah.
know people are actually paying attention. It's all fine, people liking it, and your friends and family and the guests being like, yeah, I love the show, mate, all that kind of stuff. But as soon as you get that first person like, I think you're wrong, I hate you, this is terrible, you're like, okay, yeah, this is going broad now. Like you said, you can't be everyone's best friend.
Yeah, but that's not so easy to take, because if you get your first bad comment, you're just like, oh, that hurts, and then wait, I need to see it as I'm making a brand here because I get haters. That's really cool.
Start a new brand around haters. Exactly. Hello, David. Welcome back.
Hello. What a wonderful quick half hour. Professional hosting, wonderful panel. We're just about, well, actually, we're on past now. Jack, could you possibly just ask everyone, just remind themselves where to find them online, and then we'll get the next panel on in the next minute or two, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Ed, I'll come back round to you first. Where's the best place to follow you and what you're up to in SEO?
Mainly on my LinkedIn. Don't worry if you can't spell my surname. Half the time I don't feel like I can either. So if you just search Ed Z I should come up. Thank you for having me on the stream, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of it. Thanks again for the feature.
Amazing. Thanks, Ed. Eva, over to you next. Where's the best place to follow you?
Basically LinkedIn. My name is not ungoogleable, as the last group said, so I'm most active on LinkedIn. I am present technically on Twitter, X, I would call it, and I'm joined the Blue Sky gang as well. Either of those.
Amazing. I think we're going to hear a lot more blue skies as the stream goes on, for sure. Danny, I'll come to you next. How can people find you?
Best as well, LinkedIn. That's my most active social media, because I hate social media and I'm not happy that we have a new social media, but I'm using LinkedIn. And if not, on my website, danileitner.ch.
Amazing. Julia, how about you? Is it the best place to find you also on LinkedIn?
LinkedIn, yeah. And neuroscience.com, which is equally as hard to pronounce as my own name. So yeah. See you later. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Martina, how about you? Where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, on LinkedIn too. If my name's too difficult to find, you can search for Marty SEO. And yeah, in neurodivergence in SEO and women in tech SEO groups too. Okay, thank you. Bye. Have a good day.
Thanks, Martina. Well, we've got some very difficult to spell surnames in this group. Thanks, David. Sarah, you're up next. Where can people find you?
I don't help with the surname, unfortunately, but you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on my website, sarahpresh.com, or you can find me probably at dragonmetrics.com, which is probably the easiest to spell out of the lot of them.
Rejoice, how about you? Where can people find you on the internet?
Yeah, mostly LinkedIn, Rejoice Ojaku. I'm mostly on there, DM away. But yeah, thank you so much for this amazing session.
Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And Manuel, I'll come back to you last. Where can people find you?
LinkedIn, of course. Yeah, I'm also on other social, but let's say I'm more active on LinkedIn, and also I'm doing a lot of podcasts lately. So YouTube, if you search for my name, Manu, I should come up. Surname is a bit difficult, but yeah, you should be fine with that. And thank you for having me as well. It's been great.
Thanks for joining. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Already got the second session group joining in, some familiar faces. Hello, everybody. Welcome in.
Hello. Hi.
I guess I'll kick things off with, seems appropriate, right? Mark Williams-Cook, you are sat about 30 feet to my left. I'll come to you first. What is your SEO tip for 2025? And introduce yourself to the lovely people on the live stream.
So firstly, hey to everyone on the panel with me. Good to see you all again. It's a pleasure. All people I've met in real life before. So cool to see you all. For those that don't know me, my name is Mark Williams-Cook. I'm director at Canada, which is an agency based in the UK, an SEO agency, and founder of an SEO tool called Also Asked. My SEO tip for 2025 was about monitoring search intent shift, which is basically recognizing the fact that the things that you do rank for are not necessarily stationary targets. And I've seen lots of advice over the years where people talk about content needs to be fresh. And while that's certainly true, especially with certain queries, I think sometimes it's misunderstood that the quality Google is kind of across the board looking for is just how new the content is. Whereas I think there's lots of cases where what's actually happened is what people are searching for and what they want to find when they Google a specific query changes over time. And this kind of became very obvious when we were doing development for Also Asked. One of the things we were doing was monitoring how the people Also Asked boxes change over time. So like a really obvious example was COVID. And if you look at the kind of things people were also asking about COVID 3-4 years ago, it was kind of a lot of very frightened queries about what is it and how do I know how I have it. And nowadays the related queries are more like, do I have to stay inside? How long do I have to stay inside for? And what has the newest version of COVID got in store for me now? So I think just monitoring that, there's several ways you can do that. There's several tools you can use, but making sure for your important content that it still matches up with what people are expecting to find and not just thinking about it as a keyword.
Nice. I think there's definitely a conversation I know we've had before talking about how search intent can shift when it comes to like seasonal stuff as well, right? I know we've discussed this on the podcast before when it comes to certain topics, certain products being particularly seasonal. Is there a kind of thing we should be thinking about in terms of that seasonality for products specifically, or is it a broader, just always keep an eye on it no matter what you're talking about?
Yeah, thanks for the comment, Jordan. Appreciate it. So I think with seasonal things, you just have to accept that's a thing. Thank you, Miriam. Jack's in the nice room, so I'm in on the dad couch, and I've actually got my feet up as well.
Couch, sorry.
Yeah, so with seasonality, I think you just have to accept that's a thing. Maybe if you're an e-com site, and in the season when you're off, you just have to accept other sites maybe are going to rank and it's not your time. But definitely it's something I would be tracking across the board. I did some guides on how you can connect up things like Screaming Frog with ChatGPT and also ask to literally audit all of your content automatically and see where the gaps are compared to the PAs. So it's something I'd monitor long-term across all content rather than just think about what's seasonal. Yeah.
Absolutely. A quick question there from Jordan in the chat. Is that me on your jumper? I know it's not me.
It's Snoopy.
It's Canada's mascot, Snoop.
He might be along later. If he is, I'll get him up here.
Hopefully we'll get a guest starring from Snoop later on. Moving on, beyond search. Welcome to the live stream, Ashley Liddell, who I have had on Search with Canada earlier this year. Funny enough, talking about a fairly similar subject. Tell me about your SEO tip for 2025 and introduce yourself to the people on the live stream as well, please.
Yeah, so hi folks, Ashley Liddell. My voice sounds horrendous at the minute, so please bear with me. But I am the co-founder at Deviation. We're the Search Everywhere agency, and what that means is we connect brands with communities that are searching everywhere across what we like to call the search universe, which takes me nicely into what my tip was, which is that we're witnessing the democratization of search, and that's happening through the diversification of the platforms that people are willing to use for search queries and to discover brands and to find inspiration behind brands. So my tip was all around how we can sort of almost exploit that as marketers and as SEOs and embrace that as SEOs to ensure that our brands are getting visibility across this social search landscape and connecting with their brand communities.
Yeah, I think there was that big discussion started kind of a couple of years ago of the whole is TikTok a search engine thing, right? And again, I know we covered this on the podcast we did a few months ago back in September, actually. And I think there was a brilliant point you made in the book and conversations I've had with you before when it comes to the democratization side of things and getting the inspiration from other platforms for what you're doing organically. You should be thinking about for every single brand, should every single brand be considering every platform, or should it be kind of thinking about what's right for you, what's right for your brand and things like that?
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly how I worded it in the section or in the snippet, but essentially for every brand to be on every platform is impossible. It's cost ineffective, and for a lot of brands, obviously on the smaller side of things, it's inefficient. What we need to be doing instead is assessing where our users are actually spending their time. So I know Spark Toro put a piece of research out to say users are spending a lot of time on social platforms, productivity tools over search. So we'd sort of lean on that, and then we'd go, okay, let's see which social platforms our specific audience are spending their time on at each individual stage of the user journey. That may look different for an e-com brand than it does for a services brand. So it might be that we turn up more on Reddit, Discord, and forum-based platforms for a services-based brand. Whereas for an e-com brand, it's definitely going to be your TikToks, your Instagrams, and your YouTube Shorts. So I would say instead of trying to be everywhere and speaking to everyone, it's niching down, it's identifying which platforms you can actually develop content on effectively, and focusing on those first. And then obviously as that brings success, you can broaden your horizons in the future.
Awesome. Moving on to a bit of user experience now. Welcome to the live stream, Damien Robert. I will let you introduce yourself to the lovely people on the live stream and give us your SEO tip for 2025, please.
Hi, Jack, and hi, everyone. Same for the voice, sorry. A groggy voice for some reason today. I'm Damien. I work in-house, and I am, in my spare time, a great advocate for web accessibility and web inclusivity, let's say, as a speaker, advocate, campaigner, and everything. And I'm so glad to be here to the book launch. My SEO tip in that book was to embrace search experience optimization rather than search engine optimization, without changing the acronym necessarily. We can just keep the same. We don't have to go into like this awkward SXO that doesn't sit well with a lot of people. We can just still talk about SEO, but with like the extra lens of inclusivity, web accessibility, and sustainability by reducing the web estate in-house, especially, but also for clients if you're working in an agency. So by these two lenses, really, we're talking about the inclusivity, user experience, of course, but especially everything around accessibility, which is going to be finally trendy from next year.
Yeah, there was a brilliant talk you did at International Search Summit, which I saw earlier this year, talking about that accessibility side of things. And like you said, I think this is going to become more and more important when it comes to the elements of people thinking about making their website usable by everyone, right? There's an element here of the CRO side of things, there's the UX, there's the SEO, bringing it all together. Again, that overarching conversation of not just thinking of SEO as one thing, making it all work together. From your experience, how do you kind of open those conversations with clients, with brands, and then I guess with other SEOs being like, hey, we don't even need to change the SEO acronym, you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's definitely putting the evolution of our work into perspective. I mean, a great perspective, because we always change. All the SEOs know that SEO is more than SEO. That's something that we said for like a long time already. We're always involved in lots of different departments in-house, which can go even up to packaging, which was my case, for example. When you think what's the relationship between SEO and packaging? Well, accessibility again, QR code, or braille on the package, everything related to that actually, and you're there. So sometimes I'm even surprised myself to be in so different conversations, brand side, and that's amazing in a way. My tip would be to actually widen a little bit up position, for example, in-house, or special help from an agency side, to have a role that is overarching, really, that can be taken by the SEO worker, of course, with a little bit of extra knowledge about web accessibility, content inclusivity, things like that, but really to have like a search experience optimization manager that could also do everything related to PPC. So then, like, whatever the access of the user through search, this person could actually have like an overview of everything that's happening in-house. When you are in an agency, it's important to say that we are talking about the same thing here. So web accessibility and SEO are not different, and this is really my little battle to actually try to spread that idea. But this was a revelation for me too in my work at some point, to actually realize that when I was working on SEO, I was already working for better web accessibility, and I was working on web accessibility. I was uncovering lots of SEO bugs on my websites. So they are even more than complementary. They work hand in hand, and you can actually work for both in the same day, in the same hour, on the same project. Definitely from an agency, it's good to put them together. because it will be always harder to sell a web accessibility package to a client rather than an SEO plus web accessibility or search experience optimization package. That could be a good idea. Now we can really talk to our clients about the European Accessibility Act if they're trading with any country in the EU. So the people outside of the EU are concerned too, a little bit like GDPR kind of thing, but better in a way that is going to actually make the life of 80 millions of people living in Europe better online. Their digital experience is going to improve massively thanks to that compliance and legislation. So, of course, sometimes you can say, oh, I'm not keen on legislation. I'd like really the inclusivity to be like the heart, the core of my company. But we have really to balance the two, because some people will not react until compliance come into force.
Absolutely, absolutely. Moving on to more of the evolution of SEO. Amina, I'll come to you next. What is your SEO tip for 2025? And please introduce yourself as well.
Hi, I'm Amina. I work for a digital marketing agency. I'm the head of digital. We're a small agency in Brighton, of course, called Vixen Digital. And my tip is really thinking about the skills that you will need for this evolution of SEO. I always say I have been in digital marketing for more than 10 years now. And I specifically say in digital marketing because I've never really specialized. I'm too curious to just go into one. And I always say, like, the time is now, you know, it's happening finally, where search is no longer just one track. I mean, it never was, but now in particular, there's no excuse. It's not one track. We're talking about so many different search platforms that people are using. I mean, this idea that the buyer journey has ever been linear has been always particularly ridiculous in my mind. But I think now everybody's waking up to it. And I mean, there's so many skills that SEOs need to have these days. It's interesting because I'm part of Women in Technical SEO, by the way, best group ever. Together with neurodivergence in SEO, just to kind of plug it in there, Jack. And there was a question around somebody asking for a brand content gap analysis from an SEO. Now, I have not heard that term before, but I found it really interesting and really relevant because, you know, we all know about brand keywords and non-brand keywords. But how do you do a brand content gap analysis? So we had a really good discussion. And actually, it's really important more than ever to put the brand left and center, your customers left and center, and to think about how you as an SEO what skills do you need to have to actually do stuff like a brand content gap analysis, which is not the typical way that you would do things. You know, it's very multifaceted, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you said, this is part of this broader discussion, something Damien was just talking about, the inclusion of all the other elements, whether it comes to the UX, the CRO, the customer research, the user research side of things. It's definitely something we're seeing, even with what Ashley and Mark were talking about, that expansion of how things change over time, thinking about the social platforms, thinking about how you can kind of integrate that into your brand and being aware of where your audience are and how you can kind of upskill there. I know something I've been on a journey here at Canada, going from SEO specialist. Previously, I was doing a bit of everything, digital marketing, like you were saying, Amina, broader digital marketing stuff. Now I spend more time talking into cameras and talking into microphones than I do SEO stuff. And I think that is hugely relevant. That is how part of building this brand, that's part of being part of these conversations, going out to conferences, communities like Women in Tech and everything like that as well. That's a part of learning SEO, growing as part of this broader marketing community as well. Absolutely.
And you're going to need it. I mean, and thinking about reporting as well, in particular, I mean, one of my pet peeves has always been how we report on SEO impact. And while that's like super challenging, and it's always been challenging. There's like this myth of like perfect attribution that never happened, and they've been trying to sell us this for years. But one of the things that's happening now with the shifts outside of SEO in terms of privacy and data, for example, is that little data and that little not confidence, that little percentage of confidence that we had is even lower because of the way that data privacy works, which I'm all for as a user, as an SEO. It's a bit difficult to say the least, but these are all things that you need to be aware of. So you can't kind of just, we're an agency, I can't be measuring my success on like rankings and positions and things like that. That is not enough. You need to kind of be thinking about how to rethink your KPIs so that they match up with where the industry is going, really. Otherwise, we're going to be obsolete. I mean, we've seen a few of our clients actually sack their whole organic teams because they've been taken over. You know, the traffic has been taken over by AI overviews, and rather than thinking about how these teams can be integrated and innovate and what they bring to the role, all of the kind of the skills that they've lost, they've just sacked them, which is, it's terrible. It's pretty concerning. So I'm hoping that that's not the way it's going to go. Rather, it's going to be this positive thing for the industry where we look at what we do and see how we can innovate and improve.
Absolutely. And last but not least, talking about getting new perspectives on data. Welcome to the live stream, Christoph. Please tell us your SEO tip for 2025 and introduce yourself as well, please.
Hi, it's super cool to be here. My name is Christopher, and I have this privilege that nearly 20 years ago, I decided to do both SEO and the paid media, Google Ads mostly. And my tip is connected with that. I found out during the audits that when we asked about what are you doing in paid media, in organic, we found out that the teams don't speak with each other. More, they don't like each other sometimes because paid team running PMAX campaigns can steal your SEO conversions from brand keywords, and sometimes they are forced to talk about excluding some keywords, right? But we found out that there is a lot of data in Google Ads you can use to optimize your SEO. For example, you have quality score, and if you try to find, for example, site quality for certain keywords, you'll find some anomalies that certain keywords is not working well with your landing page, and then you try to learn what went wrong. It's not only about how much keywords you use, what's the content. Sometimes it's about other stuff. And if you find and check a lot of this data, you'll find quite nice touch that Google is really doing something that shows that they are trying to analyze everything towards the user. So for example, when you start with this analysis, I can take a website data from Google Ads and put it in ChatGPT, for example, and then try to ask ChatGPT why there is, if you can analyze this page and this page and this page, why there is a lower quality score. Why do you think? And you can learn from this. And of course, it takes a lot of time, as always with analytics, but then you will have this advantage over your competitors that don't look how site, like the landing page, is relevant really for a user, for exact keyword that you are trying to get. Oh, Jack, you are muted. I lost you.
Thank you. Amateur hour, honestly, terrible host. I think you're totally right, Christoph. Talking about the PPC landing page side of things is often siloed away from a lot of the organic stuff. And there's definitely conversations I've had with clients before where the PPC side of things is working so separately from the SEO. Turns out you could probably be doing good things by using similar pages, combining your strategies. And again, part of the overarching conversation here seems to not be working with SEO in that silo and understanding how, you know, the ad side of things and the organic side of things can work better together. From your experience, is that true for a lot of clients when it comes to thinking about those landing pages? Do you go in suggesting a landing page for both, or is there instances where you'd need just one or the other?
It's my favorite word in SEO. It depends, because sometimes it's good to have the same page, but sometimes Google Ads lets you test a lot of stuff that you cannot test in SEO quickly or ever. So, for example, trying these landing pages without any other stuff, you can be like looking into menus and checking other products. You just focus on one thing, right? So this is very good to test those ideas, but it's not only landing pages. If we ask a person from Google Ads team to write a description for our landing page, they will look at the description as something that will get more CTR. They will use call to action, they will use USP. And sometimes in SEO, we only think like keywords, keywords, keywords. Of course, it's not that simple, but if we combine the knowledge, we will get better predicted CTR in Google Ads, and the same can work towards your goal in SEO. So it's like you have to look at the whole and get the ideas and get the teams to talk, because sharing knowledge will show that these two channels are not similar, but they have a lot in common when it comes to Google algorithm.
Absolutely, absolutely. I didn't get a chance to do it in the last session, but I'm going to pick on you now to pick a tip that resonated with you from someone else as well. I know, Mark, I kind of pre-prepped you for this, so we'll come to you first. But if anyone has any other tips from the rest of the book that you would like to recommend that particularly resonate with you, let me know, and we'll have a little quick chat about some other ones we can recommend.
So I actually have a couple, but I'll be super quick because I see we're almost at the end of our time. So longer term strategy, it's actually from Miriam, who's in the chat I saw. She talks about, I think she framed it as cognitive insights in SEO, which is like you've got translation, localization, and this is next level, talking about what's going to happen in terms of algorithms, machine learning, and understanding what drives people in very specific places to do searches and how they do searches. And there's some really cool anecdotes in her tip as well. I had to read it about 3 times for it to kind of settle in, but I think that's important long term. Short term, simple thing everyone can do. Big fan of Arnaut Hellman's talking about making sure we're satisfying search intent. Sounds really, really basic, right? But he gives some really practical advice, which is just like, if you've got informational pages, having a very simple binary, was this helpful or not, yes or no button that links back to your analytics, because we spend a lot of time talking about, you know, user intent and satisfaction, how do you make quality content, but surprisingly few people just have a very basic binary metric for, was this helpful to you? So then you get a nice spread across your analytics of, okay, this content's not ranking and this one has the kind of most thumbs down, let's start there at least. So I think it's something everyone can do. Absolutely, absolutely. Very quickly, anyone else got a tip they read in the book that they would like to recommend? Anything else resonating with you before I pick on somebody, before we wrap up?
It will be funny because I didn't know we were in the same panel, but I love the tip from Mark. You should check it out. If you are doing SEO, you should check it out. And there is a lot of these stuff that I said to Mark this. When reading about the leaks, when reading about data we gather, I'm feeling like, oh, I'm not crazy that I thought it exists. And there is a combination between Google, how they look at Google Ads results and how they look at SEO. There is some connection. But if you read this well, you will notice that we should do sometimes analysis about how we look in results. So you can check how the results change. Do you check what new domains are getting for your keywords? Do you check what new content? Do you check how they change titles and descriptions? You can learn from this. And for me, this is very important because we do it all the time in Google Ads because we want to have this best ad, right? And in SEO, we change description, title, and that's done. Let's focus on something else. So I think it's more important to react on what is changing. So I will add to this. But I love this tip, and yeah, you should read it on.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Christoph. I see, David, you've highlighted, is the book number 10 best-selling there? Excellent stuff.
Yeah, number 10 in search engine optimization in the States.
Hey,
so
nice.
it's only been published for a couple of days. So getting it to number 1 in there would be very cool indeed. So I think that's a worthwhile highlight.
Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. So let's wrap things up for this session. We're coming towards the end of the hour now. I will go in reverse order and go around and let you tell people where they can find you on social media, across the internet, all that kind of stuff. Christoph, I'll come back around to you first.
I will be very original, of course, LinkedIn. So thank you for having me here, and see you on LinkedIn.
Thanks so much. Amina, how about you next? LinkedIn as well, by any chance?
No surprise there. Yeah, it's LinkedIn, and yeah, I'm giving the, what's it called? The Sky.
Blue Sky?
Blue Sky a go as well, which is very interesting. Not that I need another social media platform. And communities. I'm a big fan of Slack communities. So if you're in any, you'll probably find me there. There's a few I'm not in, but yeah, I'm just too obsessed with it.
Good choice. Good choice. Damien, I'll come to you next. Where can people find you on the internet?
Same, LinkedIn too. And I've got also a website, damienrobert.com, where you can sign up on my newsletter for January. I'm going to take 21 days, the 21 first days of January, to plant the seeds in people's mind about accessibility and fighting internal ableism.
Amazing. Amazing stuff. Go and subscribe to that. Go and check it out, everybody. Ashley, how about you? Where can people find you?
Yeah, no surprise. It's LinkedIn mainly as well. And then you can find me at wearedeviation.co.uk. And just really quickly, wanted to give you a shout out, Jack, because I can imagine the effort you've put into making sure you knew everybody's tip and had questions for everybody. So well done on the prep.
Thanks, mate. You've been a guest on the show. You've seen my show notes before for the podcast. And of course, coming last but not least, Mark Williams-Cook, where can people follow you?
LinkedIn, I guess. To surprise everyone. So yeah, LinkedIn. I'm actually joined Blue Sky now. So I'm at Mark Williams-Cook on Blue Sky. I'm in Liam's mostly marketing Discord community and Noah Lerner's brilliant Slack SEO community as well. So if you want a longer chat, I'm in there. But nice to have you all. I'll jump off now as I see everyone else jumped on. See you there.
Amazing. Thanks, Mark. And that's my time for the hour. I'll pass over to you, David.
It is indeed. Wonderful job. It's my last opportunity to say to you, Jack, thank you very much for co-hosting. Wonderful job. And where can people find you?
You can find me pretty much everywhere. JLW Chambers on Blue Sky, LinkedIn, all that kind of stuff. And you can find the podcast I host, Search with Candour, at search.withcandour.co.uk. We're on Spotify, YouTube. Plenty of people on the panel and in the future panels have been guests on the show before. It is a fantastic group of SEO insights and all that kind of fun stuff every week.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again for hosting. We're 2 hours into this particular live stream. We've got another 2 hours to go. We've got another incredible co-host coming up, and that is the president of Pam and Marketing and Stealth Search and Analytics, Pam Aungst Cronin. Hello, Pam.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can indeed. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on. Great to have you as part of this as well. We've got a full and varied panel ready and willing to interact with you in the next couple of minutes. I think we've got a couple of people that are even just waiting to get on stage. So we've got a full situation going on here. I'll get another couple on in a second there. So Pam, I'm just going to hand it straight over to you just to interact with everyone and see everyone's thoughts on this particular book. Take it away.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be your host for the next hour. And unlike our last host, I am completely unprepared as I did not get my copy of the book yet. So I obviously previewed the draft, but I have not read it in depth. So I'm really excited to have you all introduce me and the audience to your tips. And so in no particular order at all, I'm going to pick on Charlie first. Introduce yourself to the audience and tell us about your tip for SEO in 2025.
Okay, hi guys. Yeah, so I'm Charlie Whitworth. I'm a lead consultant at my own consultancy called Whitworth, which you can find at whitworthseo.com. SEO with like 15 years experience across agencies, in-house, and more recently at my own consultancy. I also run Hive Manchester, which is a new SEO event up north, which we had our first one in August, which went down quite well. We've got another one planned for May. And my tip is about keywords still mattering. I think there's been quite a lot of debate over the last few years about, how they should be used. And of course, they should be used differently. And of course, entity SEO should definitely be a focus. But I think it's been quite dangerous. Some of the comments from some out there saying, keywords are dead. You don't need to worry about those anymore. Just focus on your entities. This is not true. keyword research, however you do it, is still hugely important. So I'd like to talk about how you should be doing that now and how it should complement your entity work, and reporting and things like that, and how it's still really important. So keywords still matter.
I love that. I agree completely.
Yeah.
And it may have gotten a bit more complex and looks different, like you said, but keywords words happen to still be the way that people search for things.
Absolutely. I think
Right?
getting away from just pulling data from Google Ads, those keywords are limited, but keywords as a theme, there's all sorts of places to get our data from now. We're trying to work out what our users, how our users are searching, how it's evolving. And we'll get on to my other tip that I've liked from the book, which is in my kind of little section around the long tail now being so crucial. That's still keywords, even if they're zero or low click. If we're going to be optimizing for different search engines and discovery engines and how people are trying to find information, then that is keywords. And it would be remiss to kind of abandon those for stuff like entities, which is really prudent, but it's just part of the puzzle, isn't it? So
Understand and completely agree. Thank you for that. I will come back to you as we circle back around, perhaps for a little more chat if we have time, but definitely to let people know where they can find you. But for now, I'm going to turn to Anthony. Anthony, why don't you give us your tip for SEO in 2025?
Yep, my tip for SEO in 2025 was essentially around building better client agency relationships. Clients pay the bills, agencies do the work. It would love to be a bit more straightforward, but life gets in the way, resources get in the way, egos, accountability, all get in the way. So communication is key. So I wax lyrical about that with David, and that's my tip in the book. And I think it's important one as we go into, especially in the UK with some of the biggest and best agencies around, being able to understand how clients work, how agents are supposed to work, how can you get the most value out of each other, and try and do the best you can to provide value and achieve the business's goals. So that's one of my tips, having to deal with that day in, day out.
Gotcha. I completely forgot to ask you to start with introducing yourself. Why don't you tell us about you?
I forgot that one. So I'm Anthony Brown, co-founder and MD of Studio Hawk UK. We are an SEO in the agency based in Shoreditch, and we do what it says on the tin. We do SEO. So we help drive business value by getting businesses to the top of Google. And also we run an event called Dreamland, which is an event for e-commerce businesses twice a year in Shoreditch. But if you do want a nice SEO event, go to Hive MCR, because that was bloody awesome.
Thank you. And in the proper order now, I'm going to ask Monty to introduce yourself and tell us about your tip for SEO in 2025. Sorry, I gave you no warning to the fact that I was going to ask you to unmute. So why don't I put someone in the queue to give you guys a little bit of a chance to unmute. Let's say that we're going to do Monty now and Adelina next. So get on deck. But back to you, Monty.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm an SEO consultant based in Delhi, India. My tip is a bit basic, actually. Last 18 months or so have been some of the hardest for the SEO industry, from algorithm updates to AI overviews and search GPT on all. So that's why I have chosen my tip to be about focusing on the fundamentals and approaching SEO from the first principles, rather than chasing the algorithm and trends or fearing the AI. Because the core elements of SEO haven't changed in the last 20 years. They still remain stable and essential. And when I say first principle, what I mean by that is first principles are the most fundamental truths of a concept, where we move away from the assumption and question everything until we reach the building blocks. So in terms of SEO, first principle are relevance, authority, and user experience. So, yeah, those are the first principles for SEO.
Relevance, authority, and user experience. I love hearing that as like 3 initial principles of SEO, but I don't think that's what most people think of when they first think of SEO. So I like and appreciate that perspective. So thank you for that. Now I will turn to Adelina to introduce herself and talk about her tip. And then I will put on deck for after that, let's say Anna.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Adelina. I'm working at Freebie Company currently as an SEO specialist. And my tip was based on being a little bit more organized, because I feel sometimes we just get lost in the whole work we have to do. And also to be prepared to organize all the work, like not a very big task, but like smaller ones, because this will help us to have like a sense of progress. This will also help us to measure a little bit better. And yes, I just felt that this year, that the whole year, we were just organizing like macro tasks that were quarterly measured or whatever. And the mini ones, the ones that actually impacted the project, were not correctly taken into consideration. So that for me would be the number 1 tip for the next year. And moreover, if you have a team in charge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all talk about how SEO has a lot of moving pieces, right? And but less so, how do you keep all those pieces organized? So that's a really good tip. And I think in line with like New Year's resolutions that we make in other areas. So I think that's kind of cool. Set a New Year's resolution to keep your SEO efforts more organized. Love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Anna, and then I'll put on deck Andreas. But first, Anna, introduce yourself and tell us about your tip for 2025.
Hi, I'm Anna Bravington. I'm a Tommy Two Jobs. I'm Oxford Innovation. I'm an innovation director, which sounds fancy. And I'm also own my own business, which is called Those That Dare, and it's business and marketing strategy. Actually, my tip sort of follows on from Anthony's, because he talked about those relationships with agencies. Mine's about internal relationships. So particularly with the C-suite and the finance team, a lot of them don't really understand SEO. They don't understand how it works. They don't understand how it's a money driver, how it benefits the business. So it's around building those relationships, almost down to basic 101. This is what SEO is internally, doing that. I've done it to the CFO before, just going along and educating how it works, and then helping them to be more comfortable. It doesn't feel like you should be able to do this. It feels like they should trust you to do your job and know what you're doing. But as many of you probably know, they don't. So you have to really go proactively and try and educate people internally, and also be very transparent with your reporting, weekly reports, monthly reports, in language that the CEO understands. Last year, I did a talk at Brighton SEO on why does your CEO hate SEO? And it's not that they hate it, they just don't understand it. So it's about making it, talking in the same language. What is it? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. CEOs are from Mars and SEOs are from Venus. You've got to start speaking the same language. So it's just making everyone more comfortable, because you'll just find it so much easier to get that money and to get the finance and get the buy-in if you do.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. It's a good thing I was on mute, because I was laughing so hard. He says CEOs are from Mars and SEOs are from Venus. That's hysterical. I love it. So yeah, but great point about educating, speaking their language, and transparency into what you're doing, reporting. Oh my gosh, in a corporate environment, people love reports. And there's a lot of people in the food chain, everybody has, well, until you get up to the CEO, but everyone else you're dealing with has to work on KPIs and numbers and targets in order to impress their boss. So, and then even when you get up to the top, the CEO needs to impress the stakeholders, the shareholders with numbers. So it's another language we can speak with these stakeholders. Our internal stakeholders are numbers.
Absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that. And with that, we'll turn to Andreas, and then I will put on deck. I don't know because my name's just disappeared when the comments came up. So, oh, here we go. Okay. So we'll say on deck is, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing Nitin. But so for now, we're going to Andreas, and introduce yourself. Tell us about your tip.
Yeah, hi, I'm Andreas. I've been an SEO for 20 years. I'm the founder of Artios, and I also wrote this book here, Data-Driven SEO Using Python, about data science methods. And my tip is using data science to analyze the content that is driving backlinks to your competitors rather than the sources. I think too many SEOs or digital marketers chase the sources of the backlinks rather than actually looking at what's driving those backlinks in the first place, i.e. the content.
So the last thing that we were on together, I can't get this in the camera right now, but I immediately ran to Amazon and purchased this after we were on another. There we go. Dave's helping me show it. Yep. This is a big, meaty book, and I've got things bookmarked already. And it is, it's about Python, so it's for mega nerds like me, obviously. But yes, I just had to give you that little shout out because.
Oh, thank you. It is a great cure for insomnia as well, by the way.
Yeah. Self-deprecating humor. Yes, no, it's I'm only dipped my toes into it, and there's a lot in there. So if you're looking to expand your skills with Python and machine learning and all of that with regard to SEO, this is very, very unique book. And while I'm giving shout outs to Majestic's other events, that was another, the Majestic podcast that we were on together.
That's right.
Recently.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So, don't just forget about us all here when the big annual event is over. Majestic has a lot of great different events, talks, panels, podcasts, whatnot throughout the year. So anyway, thank you so much for that. And with that, I'll go to Nitin. Hopefully I'm saying it right. And another one, I apologize if I botch. I'll put on deck Ulrika. All right, but back to you, Nitin, and introduce yourself. Tell us how to properly pronounce your name if I botched it, and tell us about your tip.
No, that was the right pronunciation. Living in Germany for 8 years now, so I have heard so many variations of my name. So this is much closer to how it should be pronounced. So thanks for that. Yeah, hi, I'm Nitin with 12 years of experience in SEO. I have my own SEO consultancy called Botpresso, because I love for crawling bots and espresso. And yeah, that's what I do. In the past, I've worked for brands like Trivago and as their global head of SEO, so have worked in-house as well as now agency, right? So about my SEO tip to succeed in 2025 is about search experience, which is not something new, right? People have been talking about that, how important it is, for your SEO in any month or any strategy, right? But I think it has become much more important now, because now everyone is talking about that position 0, which steals all CTR, right? We're not talking about 10 blue links anymore, right? So yeah, search experience has become much more important than ever before. And that's why, that is something that I want to focus on, that you should also be thinking about your users, not thinking just about search engine bots, right? But thinking about users, what they're looking for, in what format they want to consume the content that you're showing them, right? And the overall experience, be it core web vitals, be it, how they have, their top of the funnel to middle of the funnel to bottom of the funnel experience and the funnel, right? So yeah, my tip is all about that you should think about your user and think about SEO as search experience optimization and not as search engine optimization. So yeah, that's basically what I would suggest if you want to really win SEO in 2025.
Love it. Search experience optimization. I haven't heard that before. And I absolutely love it, because the search experience is changing perhaps more rapidly than ever before. I love how you referenced the 10 blue links. Those days are just gone, and like they're almost gone, I guess you could say, but they're gonna be gone. Like the way that people search, you referenced to, my gosh, like people are turning to chatbots, ChatGPT and Gemini. I keep seeing commercials during the football games for Gemini. They totally just kind of stole the whole live voice chat thing from ChatGPT and are aggressively marketing it. So people might be just asking Gemini. Who knows? Yeah, the 10 blue link days are sadly, I say sadly, I mean, obviously the search experience has gotten better for the user, but the sad part for us SEOs is how simple it used to be, right? Just those 10 blue links. And then we started to get the rich snippets sneaking in and the maps. And then now oh my gosh, so many different search features, as some of our reporting tools call them. So yeah, search experience optimization. Love that. Let's all keep that in mind as we go into the new year. And with that, I'll ask our next one that I put on deck to let us know how to properly pronounce her name and introduce yourself and tell us about your tip.
So hello, I'm Ulrika Wiberg, and that only makes sense in Sweden to pronounce it, so I'm sorry for that. But I'm the CEO of a Sweden-based SEO agency called Unicorn, and we focus on consumer or customer-centric SEO. So I've heard so many good tips this day, and I'm happy to be here and among these amazingly people that know so much about SEO. I've been doing SEO for 18 years coming up. And my tip for 2025 is to use or to focus your entity optimization, not only on content, but also on your brand, and have your brand entity connected with entities that you want it to be associated with, like characteristics and values and such other things, and product characteristics and values, and maybe like materials or innovation or whatever your brand or your product stands for. So this means working with the brand values and the messages that you are creating around your brand, who you are and who you want to be, and the things that you want to give back to the world in terms of sustainability or fairness or whatever it is that you think that your brand makes, how your brand makes a difference, because this will then build trust and authority into your brand. It also makes you want to, do good, of course, and will also show off that you are doing a good thing. Yeah, I guess that is my tip. I just blurred everything off in one sentence.
Love it. Fire hose of information. I think the audience appreciates that. So I love that you mentioned entities, and that's been mentioned a couple times already. But for those that maybe aren't as deeply into being an SEO nerd as we are just yet, when we say entities, just to clarify, can you just tell us what you mean by that?
Yeah, I saw in the book that it is explained, and I didn't read the chapter, so I'm not sure if I explain it in the same way, and I've heard different explanations. So I say that this explanation is for me. I am a linguistic from the beginning. I studied linguistics, and that's my master. So for me, an entity is a bucket of meaning. It has a semantical meaning, which is in the base sort of a keyword. But it's a concept or a visualization that we have in our minds about something, and we add value in terms of semantics to it. But then that can vary in terms of language, grammar, localization, and other things that are also connected to it. So one thing means something for me, but maybe it means something for someone else. But it also will change over time, and we build the meaning throughout connections with other entities. And I know that this sounds very crazy, but fluffy.
I don't think it sounds so crazy. An entity, is it's a thing, but a thing with more context and depth.
Exactly.
To it than
it's a bucket of meaning. So
yes, a bucket of meaning. I like that. And since I didn't give her a warning to put her on deck, Miriam, you're going to be on deck, but I'll just insert my own tip first. And so that, because I want to connect it to the entity thing. So I've talked in the book about the AI just changing search completely, so to start to think about optimizing to get found with AI, not just in AI overviews, but in completely AI-based search engines like ChatGPT and Perplexity. And AIs understand things in that entity format. Like Pam Aungst Cronin is a thing. She's a person. She's the president of this other thing, Pam and Marketing, which is a company. See, I snuck my introduction in there. But that is exactly how AIs understand things and the connections between them. And we need to educate the AIs about the entities that we're trying to get found, whether it's ourselves or our clients. So snuck that in there to give Miriam a moment to gather her thoughts and officially be on deck. And then you're all on deck for a rapid go around round where we tell people how to find us. But next up, Miriam.
Hello. So my tip is unexpected because I'm usually the person that will talk about very nerdy technical things, but I think we need to talk about humans for a bit. I know branding is huge. Everyone cares about branding. I'm a sociology nerd. I have a diploma in this, and I'm seeing some things I learned in school. So time to trot them out again. It's been years. Let's get that ROI. So when it comes to cognitive science, people are rediscovering things. Marketers are rediscovering that brands exist within a social fabric. So this means that local SEO is not just using the keyword saying, hey, Upper New York plumber. It actually means knowing the people there. And that means that, for example, if you are looking at keywords trying to optimize, for hyper local search, you would look for, okay, people are looking for promos. I want to talk about sales. I want to. No, I grew up in Hawaii. These are not the keywords you look for. You look for the Kama'aina discount. You look for the military discount. So already, if you come in, I can know if you belong or not. And if you don't belong, if you're not familiar, your danger potentially. That means that mentally, I have to expend energy into trusting you, getting to know you before I sign up for your service. I don't trust you like that. I don't care how good your content is. You haven't built that trust. And this is something that most people are not accounting for. But when it comes to AI, I think it's going to help us get a lot more done because with multimodal search, I can take a picture of my leaky faucet and go find me a local plumber that has experience with my specific problem. I can't explain it, but I can show it to you. And this means, that our work, it doesn't necessarily get easier. It just gets easier for companies. It gets, oh yeah, tiny TikTok mic. It gets easier when it comes to, search algorithms understanding there's an equivalence. Okay. If you're looking for that term, maybe you mean this, but humans are not that flexible. Like if you're going to advertise something, I'm currently in Quebec, and when I go down the shopping street, I can tell which marketing director is French from France and which one is actually French from Quebec, like Quebec French, because they don't even spell specific words the same way. So if I don't trust you, it doesn't matter anymore. And I know we talk about it from a branding perspective, like you have to put your brand out there and you have to do this and you have to do that. No, it's also the little things that show me that you belong to that social fabric. If you know, you know. Like, and this larger brands could not grasp onto when it comes to enterprise SEO. Now, if they invest the time, but not the same amount of time, okay, they can get it done. But it also means that smaller companies are getting a boost finally if they are actually anchored in a community. So my last thing that you should know is I highly recommend using alsoask.com for this because it's the type of tool where if you're looking, for example, for poke, and I know everyone got poke. Yeah. Okay. So that poke restaurant, poke bowl thing, it's so foreign to me. It seems like overpriced options because poke, I buy it at the supermarket. I buy it when it's on promotion, when I get a discount. So the keywords that are going to pop up, they're not going to be restaurants, they're going to be supermarkets. You have to catch on as to why. You have to ask yourself why communities are doing what they're doing. Okay, well, I info dumped, not as efficiently as Ulrika, but I feel you, buddy. So thank you.
Love it, love it. The one thing that stuck out with me the most that you just said is that if you know, you know. And I think that sums up your tip pretty well, because that term is usually used, at least on social media, as like, "Oh, I'm a member of a very specific like niche sub community." And when you put it out there to speak to others that are the same as you say, if you know, you know. And that is a great way for brands to approach getting to know their target audience, like get to know them that specifically, right?
And it comes through your visuals, what you choose. It comes through emojis, because emojis have different meanings, right? Like the shave ice emoji, it's not shaved ice, by the way, it's shave ice for me because Hawaii, once again, they mean something in a context. So, Pam, you're right. It's all the little things that say, hey, I'm safe. Trust me.
Love it, love it. With that, please tell us where we can find you.
So, if you're feeling a little grayish, you can find me on LinkedIn. If you actually want a little breath of fresh air, I'm getting back onto Blue Sky very slowly. And I've noticed that this is a flex people have been talking about in some of the sessions. If you type my name, like my first name plus SEO, you will find me. My condolences to all the other Miriam, but I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you. She snuck another SEO tip in there at the end. All right. Back to Charlie from the beginning. Charlie, where specifically can people find you to connect with you?
Yeah, similar really. If you're feeling great on a nick that one, LinkedIn, definitely. I'm active on LinkedIn because that's where people have tended to flock of recent years to get away from that certain other place. But thankfully, yeah, Blue Sky has emerged nicely over the last 3 to 6 months. I'm on there as well. Whitworth SEO is usually the best term to put me into LinkedIn or to Blue Sky. And yeah, I do have a website, which is whitworthseo.com, and you can find out about my my consultancy and what we offer. But yeah, LinkedIn and Blue Sky are the best bets.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Anthony, tell us where we can find you.
All right. So you can find me at studiohawk.co.uk. And if you want to have a chat, I'm on Instagram at anthony.m.barone, on LinkedIn, and on TikTok at anthony.m.barone as well. So give us a chat. And if you're in Shoreditch, London, just shoot us a message, and always happy to catch up.
Awesome. I am a big TikTok user, at least for now. So I will have to connect with you on there. That's a little bit unusual in our world to find each other on TikTok. So
try something new.
Thank you so much. Monty, where can people find you?
First of all, apologies for the fumble earlier. I didn't hear your voice. Like there was sound cut in between. That's why I didn't do it. It was me. It was my time. Sorry for that. I have a website called montymartin.com, and I'm also on LinkedIn. And recently I joined Blue Sky. So yeah, people can find me there. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm behind the curve. Apparently, I am not on Blue Sky yet. I apparently need to be. So thank you, Monty. Anna, where can people find you?
So LinkedIn. The good thing is I'm actually the only Anna Bravington in the world. So you can just type my name into Google and I just come up all the time. There was another of us, but she went and got married very kindly. So now I'm really easy to find. So yeah, LinkedIn, I'm always there. I did join Blue Sky, so I'm on there. I'm on TikTok under Creating the Curve, which is one of my brands. Or if you happen to be in Fareham, UK, I am on the South Coast. I'm at Fareham Innovation Centre. So people always pop in here and say hello. So might be a bit far for some of you guys.
Very cool. I stole kind of the concept of the married last name thing when I got married. I just double last named it because there was like one other Pam Aungst in the world and one other Pam Cronin in the world. And like now I'm the only Pam Aungst Cronin. So if you Google me, you will definitely get me. So again, I snuck something in. That's where you can find me. But thank you, Anna. Andreas, where can people find you?
Hi, you can find me on LinkedIn and my website, rtos.io. We are on other socials, including TikTok, or you could just simply type in Andreas SEO, and I've got like 90% of the listings. So you really can't miss me.
Awesome. More of the cool kids are on TikTok than I thought. I got to connect with you all there.
Thanks for having me, by the way.
Thanks for being here. All right. Nitin.
Yeah, LinkedIn is good for me as well. You can find me there, or you can also find me on botpresto.com. That's the website I have. And yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And Adelina, let's tell people where to find you.
It's going to be LinkedIn for me. And also, I loved the Google Meet trend, so I'm just going with it. I think there are like 5 people in the world with this name combination. So yeah, LinkedIn for me.
Cool. And last but certainly not least, Ulrika.
So Google me, and my Google knowledge panel will show up every now and then. But otherwise, I also own my SERP. But when you are adding everyone else on LinkedIn, you can also find me there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right. So we got a whole new gang coming in. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So time flies when you're having fun. So I'm going to dive right in so that we can get through everybody's tips. And I will start with Eric and put Tamara on deck. So Eric, please introduce yourself and tell us about your tip for SEO in 2025.
Hi, Pam. Thanks for having me. So I'm one of the co-founders of an AI SEO platform called Willgot. We just launched our waitlist, so we're fairly new to the market. But my background, I used to be a CMO, and then I saw this AI shift happen and wanted to move over to the supplier side. So we started building a platform. So we apply AI to the end-to-end SEO process. So we apply it to keyword research, content planning, and content creation. And my number one tip is around using context in your AI content creation. So I think what we've seen for AI content is only the beginning of the beginning, and most people associate AI content with prompting ChatGPT out of the box. What you will get then is just basically a regurgitation of what the AI already knows, what the LLM knows. There's nothing new in that. So if you think about the uniqueness or the helpfulness, it won't be either unique or helpful. So what you need to do, which was unlocked quite recently, only about 6 months ago, this became possible through multimodal models. You can apply context. So this context can be anything from your scribbled notes on a piece of paper. It can be a presentation, or it can be an image. And the more you give the AI, the more you will get. So it's scary how good it is. I did a presentation at Brighton SEO in March. And when I asked it to write an article based on that presentation, it kind of went into my head and amplified my thoughts, which was kind of a scary experience at first. It is a quite powerful tool if you think about the number one issue for most companies is creating content that is optimized for search. A lot of companies have assets lying around, like white papers, product brochures, what have you, on desktops, on file storages everywhere. So just unlocking all of that content and turning it into something that the world can see, I think will improve the internet in general. So that's my number one tip.
I love that you said unlocking, because we hear the term repurposing a lot, and that sounds very daunting and difficult and hard. But when you say it as unlocking your content to turn it into another format and get it out there, that has a more positive connotation.
Yeah, don't put your content in a corner. That's kind of the thing.
That's another good one. Don't put your content in the corner. Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric. So now let's go to Tamara, and let's say that Nikki is on deck after that. But Tamara, tell us who you are and what your tip is for SEO in 2025.
Hi, Pam. Thanks for having me here. I'm super excited. I will try to be concise. I'm Tamara Ravitovic, head of SEO at Bazoom. It's a link building marketplace, and I'm saying hi from Denmark. My tip for predictions in 2025 is coming from the backlink side, and is to use AI to predict user needs and trends, which may sound a bit contradictory from this point of view. But if we take a look at the latest trends in Google algorithm, LLM, everything that's been going around with AI overviews and researching the user intent, we can see that big companies are using AI for their data scraping and analyzing. So from that point of view, my recommendation is to use AI more smart and use it as a tool, of course. I'm on the holistic side still, so use it as a tool. Use all of that available data that you have, not only from the Google tools, but also from just the search experience that you use every day. Maybe even the technical data that you get, implement AI with your SEO tools and use it to speed up your work so you can have more time to think of your strategies and implement them. I've used this for the last year and a half, and I was not on the AI side at first, but it made me realize that I can save more time for really focusing on my projects and analyze large amounts of data. And we did have some major results, which I talked about on Brighton SEO this year twice. So it's been a nice year hanging out with AI. So that was my tip.
Awesome. Do more data analysis in less time, bigger, more data than ever before in less time, right? That's AI is really opening doors for us in this, in all worlds, but that's a great example of how to specifically utilize it in this world. So thank you for that. All right, we're gonna go to Nikki, and I'll put on deck, I hope I'm saying it right, Nava. She will tell us when it's her turn how to pronounce her name. But Nikki, you first. Tell us who you are and what your tip is for SEO in 2025.
No problem. Thank you, Pam. Excited to be here with everyone today. My name is Nikki Halliwell. I am a technical SEO consultant. I have my own consultancy, and I also run the technical SEO department at Journey Further. My tip for SEO in 2025, as I saw Monty saying in the comments, we love migrations. We certainly do, but we love them even more when we have a migration briefing document. And that is essentially my tip, is to make sure that you have a migration briefing document at the start of your project. The idea is that you can use this to gather all of the information about the project upfront as soon as possible to avoid issues later down the line. To avoid issues further down the line. There's so many moving parts, and stakeholders could even change during a migration, and deadlines get moved, and all these other fun things. But if you have the key information documented on an easily shareable document right from day one, you can always refer back to it, and it should mean that there's no crossed wires, there's no issues, and there's no he said, she said type situations, and it saves a lot of headaches. And these can be questions, things like why you're migrating, what is being migrated, as in, is it the whole site, is it just the blog, things like that. What developer support do you have? What's the CMS? What's your goals? All these types of questions are things that you need to make sure that you're capturing right from the start to make things move as efficiently as possible.
Wow, I love that. Migration is one of the most complex tasks an SEO can be tasked with. It's just keeping all of those moving pieces together, making sure nothing falls through the cracks, and having that briefing document is basically making everyone literally work on the same page, working off the same page. Wow, that's really good. I love that. And with AI available to us, my first thought too is that I could take a lot of the details, as I always take really detailed notes about migrations, and upload them into ChatGPT and say, summarize this for me into a briefing document, at least as a start, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Awesome tip. Thank you so much. So next up, she clarified for me in the chat that it's Java with an N at the beginning and an H at the end. So if I say Nava, am I saying it
You
right?
got it. Awesome.
Awesome. All right. And then, sorry, just want to put Tori on deck so she's prepared.
Perfect.
Tell us who you are and what your tip is.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Part of the reason why I like using Java is coffee is delicious, and hopefully everyone has their cup of coffee. My name is Nava. I work over at Optimizer. I teach a bunch of courses. I do a bunch of writing, and I am passionate about helping people. And that's where this tip comes from. One of the most fascinating mechanics in SEO and PPC, right now I'm the errant PPC in the room, is how easy it is to jumpstart your process and your progress by using non-login forums to get placements on SERPs, but then also to actually harvest really useful customer data. It is amazing how much people will tell you when they don't have to own their name, they don't have to own their face about what they really think about your product. But it's also really useful to anonymously collect that information if you want to just collect the information, not plant any seeds. But if you're looking to build your brand, owning who you are and even building that credibility by giving nods to where your competitors also do well. So one thing we often will actually do is these friends of Optimizer dinners whenever we'll do events. And we'll always make sure that we include some of our friends, whether it's TrueClicks, whether it's Product Hero, inviting friends in the space, because ultimately when you look at competitive products, competitive teams as friends, it's much easier for knowledge to kind of flow. And when you're looking at the things that will come up in forums, because those do tend to have higher placements, the brand sentiment associated with you and your brand will be higher. So ultimately, my tip is about being an amazing collaborative human being and trusting in the fact that you have built an amazing infrastructure for yourself. Answer those questions with your amazing knowledge, but also be willing to share the limelight with others as you enrich the space. I do want to also give one other shout out that I didn't include in my in the book. So this is for those of you in the live stream only. If you want to be found not just on forums, but on ChatGPT, the best thing you can do is to get yourself indexed on Bing. Because while unfortunately Reddit no longer is going to be findable on Bing because reasons, we're not going to get into it, Bing is actually one of the main search engines to find information for ChatGPT. So if you're really struggling to make those gains on Google, there was a big shift to people actually searching using ChatGPT. So use Bing as a means to get forward, and there's some amazing tools there. But yeah, my tip is basically be an awesome human being and don't limit yourself to conventional SEO and PPC.
Wow. And there was a lot packed in there. Oh my gosh. So first of all, I loved that you mentioned looking at competitors as friends. I mean, basically that's what we're doing right now. And we're all sharing tips and collaborating with each other and just helping each other become better at what we do. And there's obviously plenty of us to go around. So we're not, plenty of business to go around amongst plenty of us. And just, yeah, you can learn so much from being friendly with your competitors. Love that. Also, that bonus tip, not even in the book. So y'all that are here got a good one. That is a very simple path to getting optimized for ChatGPT. Like even to SEOs, like when I first started thinking about, oh my gosh, how are we going to do this? That before I dove in deep, it felt so overwhelming. Like, how are we going to learn how to get our clients found in ChatGPT? But yeah, it's actually, path of least resistance. Pay more attention to Bing. That's a good one. Love it. Thank you so much. Okay, Tori, you are up, and there's only one left that I could put on deck that I will let her pronounce her name when we get there. But for now, Tori, please introduce yourself and tell us your tip for SEO in 2025.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Pam and David and everybody with the Majestic team. I'm Tori Gray. I'm the CEO of the Gray.company. I'm excited to be here, and I'm talking a little bit about what I'd love to see SEOs do, which is explore beyond Google and the Google world. So I want you to go where users are hanging out, where they are searching, maybe not in a search engine, but they are searching, and where they are engaging with other users and other people and discussing things that you might care about as a marketer. That is in the context of not just using it as a marketing channel. Like, yes, you should be exploring Reddit, you should be exploring TikTok and Pinterest and YouTube and all these other places. And that's interesting as a marketing channel, but I want to talk to you about how to use that for data. Users doing interesting things that you can use that data to inform your SEO and, frankly, your broader marketing and brand strategy as a whole. So you can use channels like this to understand real human needs. So especially, for example, if you're looking to inform your content strategy and maybe you've already combed all the depths of, a SEMrush, an Ahrefs, the amazing SEO tools that we have, but you're looking for the next ideas, where can you go? I think these are just amazing channels. And so some specific use cases here is, for example, you want to know when new things are popping up. We can understand things like information gain, right? What new trends are happening in SEO, in a specific sector of SEO where people are really struggling today to understand a specific subject. If more people are talking about it right now, it's a hot button issue. Maybe that's a new angle on existing content, or maybe that's a new thing that you can talk about on your site. You can really understand how many people care about that thing. You can understand like hashtag count use and how many people are adding comments. You can understand through sentiment analysis how much they care about those things to understand, is that worth you tackling for your brand's time, and how much should you care and solve those problems that those people are having. You can also use it, frankly, to improve your distribution strategy. So if you want to repackage existing content, maybe with a new sound on TikTok, that can give something that you already have a fresh new spin that gives you an opportunity to reshare it and get it out there again and spread it in the world. So I think there's just a tremendous amount of data, of user human data, that we could be using and garnering directly from these publicly available channels in a completely good, above the board way, and really using it to solve those users' needs and be a better SEO and a better marketer.
Love that. Again, we touched upon don't keep your content in a corner, but also don't leave that big, vast amount of data out there about your target audience and not use it. And especially with AI, we can take a ton of forum discussions and have them summarized for us very, very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But the irony is there that all this focus on AI is can't miss the fact that you're still marketing to humans, and you got to get to know your humans. That's been coming up as the theme in our discussions here. So the irony is the AI is kind of forcing us to turn around and look back at the humans.
The pendulum swing.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah, very good. Thank you so much. And everyone prepare to be on deck for a rapid fire go around of where specifically you can be found on the interwebs. But in the meantime, last but certainly not least, we have
Falashade.
I apologize.
I know you're going to have issues with that, but that's okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tom. Hi, David. Hi, everyone. My name is Falashade. And my tip was around analyzing customer support queries and finding potentials that we could use for it as SEO. And that really writes alongside with what Tori just spoke about. So when I say analyzing customer support queries, it's really about looking around, you already have this data at times. You have them in your support queries, you have them in your customer feedback forms, you have them even on your socials, in the comments, in the DMs, people sending questions and inquiries. What you need to do, look through it, compile it, and start to answer their questions with content. Give them what they want to hear. And by doing this, obviously, you're going to increase your customer satisfaction. But also, apart from that, you're actually giving them relevant content that is that fits them and that is relevant to their concerns and questions. It's interesting to do. But aside that, it also helps you to uncover gap analysis where your content is lacking, or also where you actually need to add more content or diversify the contents that you already provide those customers. It could actually show you that. But also, I really like what Tori said. Go outside the box, go outside the usual, and look for where they are, right? And get what you're talking about, get what their questions are. Come to your SEO, start using your content to answer it. I think that that's really important for us for businesses as a whole, to look at in 2025. It could actually increase your revenue and your the potential, your SEO potential exponentially. But also it does a lot of things for you. It helps you to uncover, to identify their pain point. Aside that, it helps you to uncover their search intent. And some of the things I discussed in the book was how you can use machine learning or AI to actually do this, especially if you're a large company. That it's not easy to look through the questions and queries. There's some analysis that you can do. Sentiment analysis was part of the things I discussed. Also, part of speech analysis. There's so many analysis that you can do to actually deep dive into why they're sending these questions. And then you can start to break it into bits and pieces and try to answer them with different sorts of contents. It could be blogs, it could be videos, it could just be FAQs. It all depends on what is right for your customers, and the right place you would like to put that in. I don't think I introduced myself well. My name is Shade, Fola Shade. I'm an SEO analyst at MESC, and it's really lovely to be here. Thanks, Pam.
Thanks so much for that. I love there were so many heads. All the heads were nodding when you were talking. So I think we couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think it's important, and it could actually be an oversight for us as SEOs. We're all focused on AI. Yes, we're focused on keywords and all that. But how about look into what you have already, especially if you're a large company or you have data everywhere else? Go there, look for it, and start to give these people answers to what they need. And because it's amazing what could happen.
Oh my gosh, that was an amazing tip. Thank you for that. Love it. And please tell everyone specifically where they can find you on the interwebs.
Yeah, I think LinkedIn is just the best. I'm on LinkedIn as Fola Shade Uba. Recently I started to pick interest in TikTok, but I just haven't started anything yet. But I think I'm gonna get there. But thank you.
Okay. There's more of us SEOs there than I thought. So we'll all connect with each other on TikTok. All right. So where specifically can people find you, Eric?
So we're at willgot.ai. I'm also on LinkedIn, Eric Wykander. So that's probably the best place to find. I just want to pick up on, Tori, what you said on the pendulum swinging. I think that's kind of a red thread of all of the great advice that you came with, that hopefully AI will allow us to focus back on the user and the user journey and so on. So great advice from everyone.
Love it. Thank you so much for being here. Nava. Did I get it right this time?
Sorry. You did. I was about to type something, but we'll do my introduction or the send away and then pass along. So everyone can come find me on LinkedIn. I'm one of the uncool kids on LinkedIn. I'm one of the cool kids on TikTok and Blue Sky. You also can check out Search Engine Journal for my monthly Ask the PPC column. You can check out Optimizer. We do our PPC town halls. And I do have a website, navahopkins.com, if you ever just want to talk to me. But yeah, really thank you very much for investing the time with us, especially those of you who've been on since the beginning and eating lunch while you're doing it. We appreciate you, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for being here. Tamara, tell us where people can find you.
You can find me on LinkedIn. There's only one person under my name. You can also find me at bazoom.com. You could just leave a message and have a chat with me, no strings attached. You can also find me on Reddit, a gaming subreddit, and on conferences as well. This year I've been going to a lot of them and speaking, so I'm always happy to meet many of you in person. And thank you so much for having me today. It was a super nice conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and contributing to it. Nikki, where can people find you?
Thank you very much. People can find me everywhere. I'm on all of the platforms. I caught the end of the session earlier where people were saying just Google me and you'll find me, and that's pretty much me as well. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on TikTok as well. This chat today has reminded me that I need to get back on TikTok because I've kind of let it slip a little bit. Blue Sky. I also have many websites because I'm greedy. So you can find me at nikkihalliwell.com. I've got techseoaudits.com. I have a newsletter that goes out every week, which is techseotips.co.uk. And I'm sure I'm missing some, but I'm everywhere.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here for a while with us, and we appreciate your time. And
my pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Tori, where can everyone find you?
And then there was one. Oh, except Dre's coming in, the next crowd. Okay, I'll hurry up. Thank you guys for having me again. You can find me lots of places. So primarily at thegray.company. Instead of a .com, it's a .company. You can find gray.co on LinkedIn and Blue Sky, as well as myself. You can Google Tori SEO as long as you spell my name right, or Tori Gray or gray.co, and you'll find us everywhere. So thanks. And bye, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you. And with that,
thank you, yeah, Tori, and thank you, Pam. Pam, what a wonderful hosting experience. Thank you so much for being co-host yet again. You've done this for a few years in a row, haven't you?
Yes, I appreciate you having me. It's always so much fun. The discussions, oh my gosh, it's just, you never know what you're going to get, but you know you're going to get a lot.
I know, yeah, and you haven't got your physical copy book yet, I'm afraid, but I have. Guess what came through the mail just an hour ago or so here. So it does exist.
Awesome.
A few people have got it. So if you've got it, hold it up. If you haven't got it, then it should be on its way to you. But Pam, can you just
Awesome,
remind
I'm
people
excited.
where to find you if they want to get in touch with you?
So you can Google me, as people were saying before. You can find me on Google. If you type Pam Aungst Cronin, I'm definitely the only one in the world with that name. Or Pam and Marketing, PamandMarketing.com, and Pam and Marketing on all of these socials.
Absolutely superb. Thank you so much, Pam. We'll talk again soon, I'm sure. Have a wonderful Christmas and New Year if we don't talk before then.
You
thanks
as
again.
well. Thanks.
So there we go. That was Pam, co-host there for the 3rd hour. For the 4th hour, we have the man himself, host and producer of the SEO video show, Mr. Dre de Vera, who is the host for the next hour. Come in, sir.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Good afternoon, good morning from San Francisco Bay Area, California, and I'm here to go ahead and moderate this panel of great guests of SEOs. I want to get right into it. I want everyone to mention the title of the company and, of course, your tip. And what was that aha moment that actually brought you to that tip? So let's start off with Jason. Jason, what was your number one tip in 2025?
Hi, Dre. Thank you so much. Must be very early for you in the morning. I'm Jason Barnard from CaddyCube, and we actually specialize in exactly what we've been talking about. Just Google me. Brand SERPs. We've been doing this for 12 years. I've been focusing on what appears when somebody Googles your brand name or your personal name. We have a platform with 3 billion data points collected since 2015 to absolutely nail how you can control that result. Your Google business card. And I'm super happy that that's now becoming a thing. Just Google me if you want to know more about me, Jason Barnard. But my tip isn't actually about Googling anybody. It's about the 3 tiers of SEO. And you can read an article about this on Search Engine Land, that we've always focused on content level SEO. Optimize the content, optimize the website, get your links, get your keywords, get your site speed. But with entity understanding and Google's ability now to link entities to web pages, and its ability to understand which web pages are reliable for information about entities, and particularly it's focusing on person entities to try and figure out who's creating the content. We now need to add 2 new tiers, which is content creator optimization and content publisher content creation. Optimization. So you need to focus on the 3 different levels: optimize your content, optimize the entity that created the content, and optimize the entity that's publishing the content. And that actually interestingly goes for all of the 3 technologies that I think are going to move us forwards: knowledge graphs, large language models, and search results. All the platforms we're seeing are different mixes of those 3 different technologies, and those 3 different technologies are going to be the foundation of the next several years. So you need to be optimizing for 3 tiers of SEO: content, content creator, content publisher, and 3 technologies: knowledge graph, large language model, and search. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Great tip right there. That's 3 tiers of SEO, guys: content level person, entities, content creator, and content publisher. 3 things to add to your checklist when you are optimizing for Google in 2025. Okay, let's go on to Yano. Yano, welcome.
Hello, you're right.
And what was your tip for 2025?
Sorry, I froze there. I was checking
moment?
it wasn't me. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm Jono. I'm an independent technical SEO consultant specializing in doing stuff with websites and site performance and schema and a bunch of other stuff. My tip is stop writing articles, which, like the whole SEO industry, like if we're not just buying links, that seems to be most of what we're focusing our energy on. I think the internet is flooded, like absolutely flooded, with unoriginal, low-value articles, particularly in oversaturated niches, because for so long that's been such a cornerstone of what the industry has done. Every dentist website on the planet has a page called something like top 8 tips for teeth whitening, and none of those are useful. None of those are inherently valuable. None of those add any intrinsic value to the internet, to Google's corpus, to the corpus of human knowledge and experience, etc. But businesses are still spending time and money and resources on churning out these blog posts and articles and guides and resources, such a horrible word, because it's part of a playbook and because it's easier to outsource that to an agency or to an intern than it is to address the fundamentals of considering product market fit and why is our website so garbage and why does our reputation suck so much. Like, fixing those things is important, but writing content is far easier. And now the internet is full, and the kinds of systems that we will see and use tomorrow, the ChatGPTs, the LLMs, the Googles, the SGEs, aren't going to be interested in consuming that pile of garbage that we've spent the last 20 years piling more and more and more articles on, and yet we steam along regardless. So yeah, I think we should probably stop doing that and maybe do something more useful.
Love that. Love that. Yeah, I swear. I mean, I've seen some of those articles on whitening teeth, and my coffee stained teeth are still coffee stained. So
it's not helping, is it?
Yeah, it's not. Look at that. All right. Thank you so much, Jado. And so let's go on to our next guest. Here we have Garrett. Garrett, my man, how you doing?
Yo, Dre, what's up? Hey, everybody. Garrett Sussman, Director of Marketing at iPullRank. So we do SEO, content strategy, all up in AI. Sorry. No, sorry. So my tip this year was all about understanding and leveraging cognitive biases that influence user behavior. Ultimately, SERPs are getting more personalized, right? There's a lot of garbage on there, but there's not enough specific garbage. Everyone brings context to our searches. The way that we search, Google, Elizabeth Tucker, product manager, was all like, we try to avoid this filter bubble to only tell you what you want to hear, but that's garbage. The reality is, so often, whether it's through just normal Google searches or any sort of conversational search, the way that you search, the way that you phrase it will give you a certain type of result. So you need to take that into consideration and build up your content so that you're playing into the confirmation bias of your audience, but also play on the other cognitive biases like authority bias. Like, people care about who are the authority figures, familiarity bias. People care about brands. We've heard a lot of talk about brands in the world of SEO, that people are more likely to click on the brands that they know, that they're familiar with. So all that SEO really needs to support all of the other marketing that you're doing, right? It's really just about showing up, leveraging the way that people are searching, how they're searching, and being there across the entire journey for more personalized, specific searches.
Love that tip. So playing to cognitive biases of your audience. That's some crazy deep stuff there. Love it, Garrett. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's go on to Cassie. Cassie, how you doing today?
Hello, I love the energy on this panel this morning. My name's Casey Gillette. I am the Senior Director of Demand Generation at Customers AI. We are a website visitor identification platform. Thinking about how this tip came to be, honestly, it's kind of laughable because SEO is cyclical, right? Like, so often what's old is new again. And so with AI overviews and Reddit specifically, I started on this thing of like, when I got my start speaking, I would talk a lot about link building. And I would talk about, like, you have to be in these places that your customers are, right? It's not just about on-site, it's being off-site. it's back again, right? So now we have Reddit. It's like taking so much of the search results. But we also have, on this last session, Nava kind of alluded this to as well. And I heard a lot of people say, oh, I'm on TikTok now. And we know the prevalence of TikTok searching. We know Chat GPT. And so my tip is really just going back to like making sure you're in these other places. Right? So it's no longer just optimizing for a keyword on your site. It's trying to figure out who else is in the search results for your keyword and how do you make sure you're there? So it really isn't just your traditional link building. It goes back to that brand building that other folks have touched on. It goes back to, the search experience optimization. So again, like just that cyclical, what's old is new. Make sure you're in these other places for your specific targeted keywords. Like you can still bring it back to that in the SEO side of things.
Love it. Love it. Optimizing for third-party platforms. I mean, we do see like a lot of content coming from Twitter that Google's showing, and also like TikTok videos are showing on the SERP. So analyzing the SERPs and seeing what those platforms are is a great place to start optimizing your content as well. Okay, Felipa, what is your tip for 2025?
Yeah, hello. Again, great energy. Like everyone is with really, really good energy here today. Hello. Yeah, I'm Philippa. I'm an SEO consultant, and you can find me on seolipa.com. And my SEO advice for 2025 was basically going back a bit and look at your old content, trying to refresh it and to update it because, again, and mainly with AI, we are now so focused as SEOs, we are often so focused on creating new content. And like some of you already said, there's a lot of content out there. So I think it's sometimes good to also step back, look at your old content and, is it still updated? Does it still make sense today? Can I improve it? Does it still match the search intent? Does the keyword that I'm targeting, does it still match the search intent? I think it's a really, really good way to, in a way also build, brand trust because all your content is updated, and sometimes it can also save you a lot of time and resources. Sometimes just a small change can make such a huge difference. So we shouldn't only focus on building, new content, which is obviously important if it's, if it has value, but also, going back and looking at, your old content and see what you can do with it. How can you improve it? And if it still makes sense today. Yeah.
Love that. Love that. Especially if in a corporate environment when content costs so much thousands of dollars to build. And if you have some old content that you can just probably optimize at half the cost, it can be totally time saving and cost saving as well. And we have Jess Joyce. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Your video is not on. Is that?
It's not?
No.
Oh, for the love of. Sorry, folks. Hold on.
There we go. There we go.
I wasn't on this whole time.
No, that's why I skipped you the first
me?
time. You're the first box, and I was like, oh, let me go skip her. Let me still get But we'll save the best for last year. Let's go. Hi, Jess. How you doing?
I've been waving and
Okay.
Anywho, hi everyone. I'm here. I'm not a box. But am I don't know. Are we or any of us? Anyway, my tip kind of feeds into a lot of the stuff that everybody was already saying. We work with a lot of B2B SaaS companies. So my tip is to kind of throw away your keyword research and look for what your prospects are looking for. So answering those questions as directly as possible. It doesn't mean that you have to create like 12 articles on how to brush your teeth, like Jono was saying, because nobody needs any more of that, right? Like I know how to whiten my teeth and there's 12 answers for that kind of stuff. So it's more of answering those questions that your prospects are looking for. So it's more of an integrated strategy. A lot of the companies we work with have sales teams and they record all these sales things and they have all this data sitting there that people are looking to answer with that software or with that answer. So taking any of that kind of data and using that and filtering that into your website and sprinkling that into your website, maybe making some new content. Sorry, Jono, not sorry, but maybe not, and then you could also make it in a whole bunch of different ways. You could use TikToks, like everybody was saying, you can create videos like this wonderful SEO in 2025 series does. This is a multi-format series, right? So like, it doesn't need to be one format anymore. And this is outside of a keyword research thing, because nobody's going to be knowing what your prospects are looking for unless you ask them.
Love that. Love that. Another way to do keyword research through like what people are prospecting, because I mean, sometimes some of these tools that out there have like don't classify intents correctly.
Yeah.
And by using the data, you can get that commercial intent with first party data. Love that.
Exactly.
Love that.
And you can use their software too. Like Gong is kind of expensive, but like you can take all that data and feed it into an LLM and get some questions out of it and ask the questions and get the answers and build some awesome content on it, or just sprinkle it on your current content.
Oh, love it. Love it. Okay, let's do a round robin on how people can get a hold of you. And Jess, let's go ahead and start with you.
Sure. I think everybody I saw in the last session, they were saying Google me. So I think I'm going to continue on that one. I'm on every single one, except for I just use TikTok for mindless scrolling. So don't find me there.
And Jason.
Sorry about that. Just Google me or ask ChatGPT. There are multiple things going on here. I tried Google Learn About as well. Ask Google Learn About. It knows everything about me. ChatGPT knows everything about me. 800 words it wrote last time, my entire life history with no mistakes. And I think we need to be working towards that idea. If we can optimize for the search, the knowledge graphs, and the LLMs, we're going to win the game long term. And you can test it on all these platforms by saying, who is Jason Barnard in my case? Who is Jono Alderson? And see how well it answers for any of these machines, whichever one you choose to use. So Google me, ask ChatGPT, maybe ask Claude, perhaps try Perplexity, Copilot, or Google Learn About.
Love it, love it. And Jono, how can people get a hold of you?
You can also Google me. I am the only one, I think. There used to be a landscape gardener, but he doesn't turn up until page 3 now, which I feel really guilty about, or go straight to jonoalderson.com.
Love it, love it. And Garrett?
Yeah, don't Google me. Whatever you do, don't Google me. You're not going to find anything interesting. You're not going to make a lot of money. So don't Google me. iPullRank.com and, reverse psychology. So if you do it, that's on you, but don't Google me.
Love it. Cassie.
You can Google me. Definitely fine. I also am not on TikTok, but LinkedIn, X, wherever. I'll be there. So
Felipa?
I mean, you can Google me if you want, but you can also find me, SEOlipa.com, LinkedIn, conferences, and I'm also in, communities like Women in Tech SEO, and if you are a Spanish speaker, Mujeres en SEO. So, yeah.
Love it. Love it. And David, do we have another set of?
Yeah, well, we've got another 14 minutes of this one.
Okay.
So this.
Okay. We got more here. So we can keep it going here. Let's go. Let's see. I would love to know. Let's see here, Jess. How did let's let everyone get to know each other. How did you first get into SEO? What was your journey into SEO in a minute?
I built websites and then optimized them and asked backwards into SEO when a boss was like, do you know what SEO is? And I was like, no, I'll figure that out though. So built the internet and now optimize the internet and pretend that I still built the internet, but developers tell me I shouldn't. So that's cool.
Love it. Jason?
Well, I'd rather tell the story of how I got into brand search, which is
yeah.
that my previous job was how I got into SEO. So it gets really complicated.
Okay.
But I built a website for kids based on a blue dog and a yellow koala. I stopped that and moved into digital marketing entrepreneurship. And if you search my name, it said Jason Barnard is a cartoon blue dog right at the top. And I thought, oh, that's not helping business, is it? So I then set about figuring out how to change Google's perception of me and therefore its representation. Then I created CaliCube to do that for corporations and people. And generally, we work with people who are using their personal brand to drive business, often B2B companies, the founder or the CEO. Because we can really bring them value by making that Google business card absolutely perfect for them, so that when their business partners, their prospects Google their name, they can knock it out of the park and get that deal done, which has worked for me so far.
Love it. I'm curious, how did you get the name CaliCube?
Because I live in France and Cali sounds like quality in both English and French, and cube is square in both English and French, and then we have a flying falcon with lots of colors. So I kind of thought, okay, quality, square, solid, flying bird, powerful, colorful, makes sense to me, and it works in French and in English.
Love it, love it. And Jono, how'd you first get into the SEO industry?
Same as Jess, I built websites and I got a bit obsessed about what does good look like and what is an alt attribute. And if I put a title on this, is it good or bad? And it turns out that there are no rules and no answers. So you just have to kind of stick away at it. And it turns out I was doing technical SEO and performance before I even knew that was the name for it. And then, yeah, fell into agency world, kept building stuff. And yeah, likewise, I'm not meant to actually push code to production, but still do occasionally. Yeah, definitely still a web developer nerd.
Love it, love it. And Garrett?
Yeah, software. Start doing online reviews for a software company and realize how that was tied into local SEO. And so then I'm like doing a podcast just like you, Dre, starting to talk to really smart people all over, meet Mike King, and I'm just like obsessed with our industry because as everyone's saying, like it doesn't change and yet it's constantly changing. It's the hardest job in marketing, if I'm being honest.
Love that, love that. Cassie?
Accident, like a lot of people. It was 2006. I was working at a bar. I'd been out of school for about a year, and this guy I met said, "Hey, I have this job open doing SEO," and I was like, "I guess I should probably do something." Had never heard of it. It was an agency, and the rest is history.
Love it, love it. Deepa?
Yeah, I come from like the marketing side because I was working in like a marketing agency. I was like doing like account manager / marketing specialist role, and then they needed someone that was going to be doing SEO and that spoke Portuguese, and that was me. And they asked me, "Oh, do you want to do it?" So I basically just learned from my colleagues, and yeah, I started from there and never stopped. Yeah.
Love that, love that. You know what? Actually, I was thinking about right now. I'm very curious on what you guys said for what we should stop doing. I mean, we're talking about like now what we should be doing in 2025. What should we stop doing, Jess, in SEO?
I think I put writing meta descriptions.
Oh. Love that.
Like there's like 5 pages on your website that still need a meta description, I think. Yeah. Like, let's be honest, there's about 5, maybe like 10, but like as far as the amount of stuff that we should be doing versus like what you can do, I think that's like the lowest bar that you can enter into our race.
Love it, love it. Jason, what should we stop doing?
I don't remember what I put either.
You can make it. You can like come up with a new one.
Well, I would say right now, off the top of my head, stop building links.
Okay.
Physical links, as in, well, they're not physical; they're still virtual. And start thinking about linkless links.
Linkless links. What's that? What's linkless? Oh, brand mentions. Is that what it is?
Mentions.
There you go.
And entity to URL associations through the knowledge graph. Start thinking about how Google is connecting things, because all links are connections between 2 entities, 2 web pages that hopefully have something in common or some kind of topical relevancy to each other. And the link connects the 2 together. So it's 2 entities with a relationship. Expand your thought about that and say, well, there are lots of linkless links. A mention, if Google understands the brand name, is a linkless link. It can link your brand to that piece of content and make sense of it and use it in the algorithms. And then within the knowledge graph, we know at Calicube that Google is seeing entity to URL relationships, and we can see that those linkless links are having enormous power. So stop thinking links, start thinking linkless. Oh, no, think linkless links as well as links.
Love it, love it. And Jano, what would you tell us to stop doing?
Again, slightly contentious, but I think stop doing anything that isn't authentically connecting audiences to solutions to their problems. Like, so much of what we do isn't actually marketing or value creation. I think a lot of people focus on tactics and silos, whether it's link building, digital PR, keyword research, article creation, whatever. I think there's a resistance in the industry for saying, actually, how do we understand what people who are searching in this problem space need, not what we want to sell them? How do we understand where those problems start and the kinds of questions people ask and how they articulate that? And how do we do stuff that is actually useful and helpful high up that funnel in a way that's authentically useful and creates value? So anything you're doing that's not that is probably not something that's going to be great for the long term.
Love it, love it. And Garrett, what should we stop doing?
get these best practices and playbooks out of here. Stop living on your assumptions. We're an SEO. I mean, a lot of people do it, but experiment. Find out for yourself. Everyone, we say it depends all the time, and that's because everyone's context of their website is different. So, throw out, the assumptions and try to figure things out for yourself through experimentation.
Got it. Love it. Cassie.
Yeah, I had I think in the book I put link building into focus on relationships, but I'll change it up here because we've already said that. So I'm going to go with your traditional keyword research. Jess and Garrett both alluded to this, but I just don't think, the old way to do keyword research is you'd throw it in the tools, you'd pull some keywords, you'd look at the volume. It doesn't work anymore, right? The search results are just too wild. They're too different. Intent is so all over the place that if you don't know what you're actually optimizing for, what that intent is, and what people are actually searching for, right? So much of it goes beyond keywords now. You just can't do it the old way. It's time to move on.
Love it. And Felipa.
Yes, I mean, what I'm going to say, some of you kind of said it already, but yeah, again, avoid, creating new content just for the sake of it without really thinking about what the user intent behind a certain keyword is. Really, think a bit outside of the box, really put yourself in the shoes of the user, and mainly, I think it's better quality over quantity. So really make it, worth for the user to read, and I think you're gonna have a better outcome.
Love that. And I saw someone said stop keyword stuffing. Does keyword stuffing still work, guys? Do you think it still works? I mean, they should stop doing it, but I mean, I know some people are just stuffing the hell out of pages and rankings. But yeah, that's not to say anything, but yeah. So I mean, but yeah, like
works for LLMs, I'd say.
There you go. Love that.
And for LinkedIn, yeah.
Oh, there's a search engine you can optimize for. And yeah, that brings a great point where, like, hey, Google's not the only search engine out there, right? We have social search engines. We have other engines that we can optimize for. And like, if you want to keyword stuff, try it on LinkedIn. See if you show up. Any other comments on keyword stuffing here before we let everybody go? All right. Oh, well, let me see. We got 4 more minutes here. I actually didn't give my tip. My tip for 2025 is to use live video for rankings. I found about this. I've been doing live streaming for the past 4 years now, and I've noticed that every time I schedule a live stream, I see the live stream ranking on page 1 of my guests, like every single time. And for the most part, if you Google like their name, you'll see like my podcast, or I don't want to call it a podcast, but my show, the SEO video show, ranking for their name on Google. And for the most part, when you schedule it, and by the time you go live, it'll be on the first page, and then and it'll stick for maybe a few days, if not like for a long time, for as long as you don't find another show or podcast that you're on, and bump me off. But the SEO video show got some authority, so I'll be staying up there, guys. But yeah, so that's my tip for 2025. And I would love, thank you everyone for the panel here. And I hope to see you guys soon.
Trey, we've got 3 minutes or so. So what do you do to optimize your live video prior to being published to ensure that it actually appears for the guest name? Is it just a case of actually having the guest name in the title description? Do you do anything else at all?
Yeah. So what I do is I put the guest name in the title. Of course, the first thing, and I front load it, and then I also write a bio of them within the description, so that there's something about the guest. So it's not just pulling in just the titles alone. And then by setting it ahead a few hours before, even sometimes a couple of days before, you can let it have time to actually have Google crawl it, and then it'll like show up within about maybe 10, 12 hours. I've seen this like almost like 100% of the time when I schedule live streams.
And do you write the bio yourself, or can it be a bio that you've just copied and pasted from the website?
It's basically my bio that I read out on my show. If you guys watch my show, I have a special
voice of announcing speakers.
But yeah, so I actually write it myself. It's basically just kind of taking a few bits in here and there and combining a bio that I announce for speakers on my show.
Anyone else on the panel at the moment playing with live video?
I would add one thing about live video is gets in the knowledge graph very quickly. I've had.
Is that on a permanent basis, Jason, or is that just
no? They tend to disappear. Some of them are permanent, some of them aren't. But you can get one in the knowledge graph in a few minutes if you're lucky or smart, or your website is incredibly well trusted by Google. The knowledge graph works a great deal on trust of the website. But yeah, as you say, David, a lot of them just disappear into thin air. So it's pointless exercise from many perspectives, from a knowledge graph perspective, but it's a lot of fun.
Can I ask you, can you guys clarify, you think it's YouTube? Because it's not like we're seeing Twitch all of a sudden like showing up in the live video. Is it, are you guys saying exclusively YouTube, you think?
I would think so. I see that. I mean, I see that as well. I mean, I actually haven't seen live, or maybe I've seen some Instagrams. Maybe I did see some, but no. But for the most part, I do see YouTube for the most part. But I'm just like kind of forcing myself to think I saw one. but I know for sure YouTube videos are ranking on page 1 once you schedule them.
And for the knowledge graph, definitely.
Yep.
Nice, easy answer there. Thanks, Garrett. You knocked that out before me.
So, Dre, can you remind the viewer where they can find you as well, please?
Oh, you can find me on paulandre.com. Check out paulandre.com and linkedin.com/Paul Andre and anything at Paul Andre. I want you to directly connect with me so you don't have to go that extra step by searching on Google. Just go to paulandre.com.
Superb. Okay, well, the rest of the guests have shared their contact details already, so that's absolutely wonderful. Superb. Thank you all for coming on. Great to have you on as part of this project, and I'm sure we'll continue the conversation over the next few months. In the meantime, Dre's just staying here for a little bit more because we've got one more final panel that is being hosted. So I'll get everyone on, and in the meantime, just bear with me for a second. And Dre, perhaps you can actually just share, as we're saying goodbye to everyone, is there any tip that our initial panel that you hosted shared that particularly resonated with you?
Oh, of course. I mean, Jason's, I've been following a lot of Jason's brand stuff because I mean, I'm all about personal branding as well. And I feel like every year, like he comes out with, new ways of like getting into it. Like I know his new 3 pillars. Yeah, that's going to add to my checklist and my best practices, Garrett. So his 3 new pillars of SEO is going to be something added to my own content.
I saw Garrett giggling away there, and I'm not sure if it was me putting Dre on the spot or just the fact that he was giggling.
Jono is hilarious. He can't help himself.
Right, Jono.
Sorry. I thought you were showing the expanding walls as people disappeared.
I was trying to save myself from the virtual box that I'm getting thrown out of.
It's a game of Tetris. You're a great player, David. See you later, man.
Start kicking you over night now. Okay, thank you, guys. Here's the next panel coming on.
Love it. Welcome, everyone, to the second half of this hour's panel, and we want to get straight right into it. So for the guests just tuning in, I would love for you to give your title, company, and what your 2025 tip was and how you came up with it. What was your aha moment of coming up with your 2025? And let's start off with Joseph Kahn. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's happening? My 2025 tip was just a special thing, and I'm sure everybody on the panel is going to have this experience where I've kind of built a relationship with AI, like started talking nice to it, started saying thank you and, calling it, you're amazing, stuff like that. But with that said, it's kind of developing a relationship to help it be the client you need to be. Meaning when you're researching junk removal, when you're researching dentistry, stuff like that. I'm not a dentist. I'm not a junk remover. I'm not any of those things. But guess what I can do? I can become that with ChatGPT. I can become that with AI. And when I become that with AI, I say, what are my fears? What am I looking for? What are the keywords that I could be interested in if I'm anxious about my roof, if I'm fill in the blank. And so what it does for me when I do this with AI, I can have it give me all kinds of keywords that SEMrush, no offense, or any other keyword tool out there won't be able to just come up with these ideas that a person out in the neighborhood would come up with, right? And I can't go ask all the homeowners in the neighborhood what their biggest fears are when it comes to having people come over to their house, but I can ask ChatGPT. And guess what? It'll give me the exact answers that the neighbors would give me. And then I go to SEMrush and pop that in and say, is there any winners here? Is there any volume here? Is there any interest at all here? And guess what? there's probably like 4 or 5 there that no other SEO is targeting that I get #1 rankings for within 7 days. That's what we talk about in our group all the time. We can get incredible lead building leads to your local business in less than 7 days with ChatGPT. So it's a game changer because we can ask it questions that you wouldn't be able to ask SEMrush or any other tool. So that's my tip, is just building a relationship with AI and become the person you're serving, and it will allow you to do that.
Love it, love it. Becoming a person that you're serving. Great stuff there. I think you're becoming like your alter ego job that you always wanted to be. All right, guys. All right. Heike, how are you doing today?
Very good. I do apologize if I start coughing in between, but I'm still shifting a cold here. So just be warned. My tip of 2025 was accessibility, making more sure that SEO is more accessible for people with disabilities, neurodivergency, and like that. So we need to have a look at that also. As essentially, in the beginning of the days, SEO was about accessibility, making sure. So what I always hammer on with my clients is make sure that the content, what is written, is accessible, what we can read, what we can understand and process and go through it. I'm a little bit of a neurodivergent nut because I myself, and I specialize in that. So that was my biggest tip for 2025. And I stopped talking now because I'm feeling a cough coming up.
Love that. Optimizing for accessibility. I mean, that's great stuff there, because I mean, if you actually optimize for accessibility, you're going to get your technical SEO down pretty well, right? Because there's a certain structure when accessibility comes down, like for the H1s, H2s, H3s, and how someone that needs to be accessible will access that content. All right. Is it Ian or Ian?
It's Ian. Yes.
Ian, welcome to the 2025. So what is your #1 tip in 2025?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Ian Helms. I'm the director of growth marketing at Q Digital. We're the country's largest LGBTQ plus owned and operated media site or set of media sites. And my tip is that AI doesn't need to get better, but rather we need to get better at using it. In doing what I do, I use AI almost every single day. And kind of piggybacking on what Joseph is saying, if you're trying to ask it to communicate to LGBTQ plus people or marginalized voices, it can be really problematic. But also at the same time, I think we put AI on a big pedestal over how we rate the quality and ability of humans to also create similar content. AI learned from us, and so it's just kind of holding a mirror back at what we did, what we've done, and how we trained it. And so it's not so much about I was a big judgy person, I don't know how to say that, of AI when I was first testing it almost 2 years ago. Why isn't it getting these facts right? Why is it hallucinating? Why can't it do this particularly correctly? But as I tested, learned, figured out other ways to communicate with it and get the right outputs, it can do everything that you really want it to do. You just need to learn how to do it right.
Love it. And what would be one tip maybe to do it right? How can we make that AI get better?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of guiding prompts, honestly. So not just being if you say write this in a voice and tone that'll resonate with the LGBTQ community. I'm just using that because it's part of it. But it'll say in the fabulous world there, and it'll add lots of glitter and unicorns and sparkly and whatever. But you can ensure to add caveats of don't use those types of phrasing, or when you're teaching it differences between gender and sexuality, or things like that, adding that context into the original prompt or asking it as a follow-up will help ensure that it's not making the same mistake over and over, or that you'll get a better quality result as well.
Love that. So we hear a lot about humanizing AI, but I think we should we should humanize our prompt, right? And as some things where
honestly, it's honestly that you can't just trust the robot to do the human things, but also you can't trust the humans to do the unbiased things as well. So it's figuring out how to make both work together. And also the issue is sometimes even recognizing how you're able to, like, your own biases that you might be having when you're creating these prompts, or if you ask a generic prompt, you'll get a generic answer as well. So it's kind of finding like a balance between getting extra specific, but also like not having things be too generic as well.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Ian. Taylor, what was your number one tip in 2025? Oh, you're on mute.
I was just saying, thank you so much for having me. I do feel a little bit like I'm beating a dead horse, but because it's also AI related, but my biggest thing was kind of looking at AI as an ally rather than an enemy. I know a lot of people, especially in content writing, a lot of that felt and still feel very threatened by it. But even beyond, Gemini or ChatGPT, I've started to integrate AI in ways that are saving me so much time. Like, for instance, not in the case of this call, but I use a tool called Fireflies, which will automatically take notes during my meeting, so I can just focus on the conversation, what we're talking about. Another one that's helped me save a ton of time is called Claude. So like I can create these really long, which I do for my clients each month, these really long reports, but then I can have Claude kind of write the summary for me, which, on the first of every month saves me several hours. Another good one I've used is just DALL, D-A-L-L, DALL-E, kind of like Wall-E. And it's just an automated image generator. So whenever we're producing content, want to make sure we have relevant original images. That's been extremely helpful in saving time. And then beyond that, obviously, ChatGPT was a huge craze and is still heavily used. But I also wanted to, which I'm not big on complimenting Google, but I think that they've done a really nice job with Gemini. And that's another instance where just like, if it's a new client and I've identified their competitors, kind of getting a second set of eyes, essentially I can have it compare these websites. Where are weaknesses in one? What are strengths of one that another may not have? So while it's typically information I would, dig into and would take quite some time to produce, even if I'm still doing that, it might reveal something that maybe I missed or just allow me to be a bit more thorough. So that was my biggest thing, is like outside of those kind of machine learning GPTs like ChatGPT and Bing's Copilot and Gemini from Google, there's so many tools out there that have allowed me to kind of not just save myself a bunch of time, but even in communications with clients, kind of simplify things while still getting the point across, because I can really go on and on sometimes. So I think that that's really my biggest tip, was just using it as an ally, because it can certainly take a lot of things off your plate and allow you to better prioritize your time.
Love it. Love it. AI is not the enemy. Keep your friends close and AI closer.
Yeah, something like that.
Love it. Love it. All right. Michael, what was your number one tip in 2025?
Hi, I'm Michael McMillan. I'm the principal consultant for McMillan Search. My biggest tip for 2025 was mining sales calls for bottom of funnel, high intent content. And just to jump on that AI bandwagon, we've got tools like AI to be able to sort through this type of information, which is great, because getting the sales team's time, let alone trying to get all their transcripts and trying to go through all that information, is a massive undertaking. But using tools like Notebook LM, you can get through that a lot faster, and you can figure out if the sales team's heard that question twice, you should probably have a piece of content about it.
Love that. Love that. Yeah. Having that sales content, people asking those questions, you're getting the firsthand data of pain points of the prospects and customers, and using that is something where you can identify your own intents in your industry, right? Because sometimes these tools classify keywords as not the wrong intent, and we can get those nice commercial intent keywords from these conversations. Love it, love it, love it. Julia Carolyn, how are you doing today?
I'm Julia. I'm an SEO consultant. And I feel I'm a bit the odd one out here, because my prediction for 25 is actually against AI, because what I have already started seeing is that I get new clients because they need to clean up their website of all that crappy AI content. I think over the past 2 years, so much content has been created with ChatGPT that is now on websites that just tanked in the recent algorithm updates. and all these people will need SEO help, and it's a big load of work to clean that up, to identify what has been written when and how, and what's a human voice here, how do we get maybe also some creativity in there again, some human voice, what's duplication, because that's also a thing with AI content. And that's what I see coming for the next year and probably a long time. So we're not going to run out of work as SEO consultants.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have a lot of business, guys.
I was about to say that's a great opportunity.
Yeah,
Create
let's
the mess, then clean it up.
Yep, love it, love it, love it. All right, so we have a few more minutes here, so I would love to go around again, and also like just gonna learn a little bit about your journey into SEO. Joseph, how did you actually first get into SEO?
I've been doing web development since 1994. I've done web development for Microsoft, won even 1999 Microsoft Project of the Year, and then became the CIO for John C. Maxwell. Some people have heard of that name. He's like a big leadership guru, and kind of built his online business from scratch. This was in his early days, and really got into search at the time because it started coming out in the year 2000, and you know, Lycos was out, and there was all these different things, but I was doing what most of you guys do back in that day. I was doing all the bad stuff, keyword stuffing, you know, doing all the style sheeting, weird stuff like that, and ranking like crazy, and then defeating the Google monster every step of the way. Like literally, what's on the board today? Panda. What animal is coming out? You know, it's like, oh my goodness, I do not want to see the tiger. I do not want to see the tiger. But anyways, that's the way it was. And so I started my agency with my son just a little while ago, because we hit it really big with Bitcoin. As you know, Bitcoin's I had about 5,000 servers in Atlanta back in 2009. Yeah, we hit the block several times. So but we decided to start our agency about 4 or 5 years ago to train other people SEO. So we're starting a new group called Harmonic SEO, and it's all about connecting AI and all the channels and YouTube that you were talking about and all the entities and everything. We call it Harmonic SEO. So harmonicseo.com is where you can go to get on our group. We have a free group that we're creating. It's actually launching this week. So if anybody's interested, that's where it's at. Harmonic SEO. We're creating a new thing around it because we have a blueprint. We have information that's basically showing you how to connect all the entity dots in a harmonic way. And Google loves, like NLP, natural language. Google loves melody and rhythm and phrasing and stuff around music. So if you can apply that to your SEO strategy, which we do in our framework, insane results. That's what I said. We rank stuff within 7 days, connecting all the chords together in harmony.
Love it, love it. And Heike, how'd you first get into SEO?
Actually, with my auto company. I started a company in 2010. And I was like, why do I need to spend money on a web designer, SEO specialist, and like that? I did all the basic mistakes in the beginning. But when I started doing SEO for myself, I thought, like, this is really fun. So in the end of the day, I stopped with that business and I went more into the SEO, web design, digital marketing. I did that for a hotel in Malta for a couple of years. Then I moved to the UK, where I set up my current agency, but I have now the Good SEO company. And it's just something, I just rolled into it. There's not really it. I picked it. I just found it. I enjoyed it. I think it is all the logical things behind it. The technical SEO I love the most. Strangely enough, I like also on-site SEO. But yeah, it's just something fun I rolled into. And I'm still going to do it for many years to come.
Love it, love it. Yes, SEO is alive and fun, guys. It's alive and fun. So Taylor, how'd you first get into SEO?
Yeah, so I was actually working, I was in school at the time and I was working for a criminal defense attorney and had never heard of SEO or anything like this. And one day, I guess he was removed from Google altogether. He'd always been #1 and he was just gone. So the agency he was using wasn't too helpful in determining why or resolving that. So one day I was at my desk and he just dropped like a Bible-sized book on my lap that said SEO. And he's like, I want you to learn this. I don't trust these people anymore. And so, yeah, I just hit the ground running. And then I'm very competitive and love sports. So kind of pursuing that #1 spot was very appealing to me. And yeah, we had success, got everything back up and running. Better than it was before. And then I just started kind of freelancing, trying out, some guinea pig sites or my friends' sites, and I had good success with all those and just kind of saw an avenue where maybe I wouldn't have to be, making sure someone else's office is open at the right time or something like that. And I just hit the ground running. So it was a very fortunate mistake by the other company from my point of view.
Love it. Love it. And Ian, how did you first get into SEO?
Yeah, my first entry into just like marketing and PR was at a digital public relations internship that didn't turn into anything full-time, unfortunately / fortunately, looking back now at this point. After that, I started working at a tech startup, and as most people here probably know, there's a lot of hats that you have to wear in doing that, and it helped me become a very T-shaped marketer. I was doing email, direct mail, paid search, paid social, organic search, organic social, like literally almost every single thing that you can do in marketing. And then I fell in love with the content and SEO side of everything, because it's kind of the core, in my opinion, of like, you can't send an email without content. You can't pay for a search if you don't have pages that are optimized for search. And so I kind of like specialized or started to dive down that rabbit hole more. And then I got into the agency world, where I was able to like really specialize a lot better. And now I'm here in my current role.
Love it. Love it. And Michael, how'd you first get into SEO?
I think like a lot of people have started building websites in the 90s. And it was the cowboy days. Like, you could get away with so much, but we still use Notepad. Notepad Plus was like a big add-on. Then I ski bummed for a few years, and then about 2007, I was out in Vancouver, working for an agency, doing newsletters, building jQuery photo galleries for people, and a custom CMS that didn't work right. And we were getting SEO requests coming in, and they were just canned reports from SEMrush, Ahrefs, Moz, the usual suspects. And our clients are paying for somebody to do this analysis, and then we had to implement. So I told my boss, I'm like, let me learn this. We can analyze and implement. Charge them like or not the full amount for all that, and he let me run with it, and I transitioned that into an in-house role to B2B SaaS companies, where I got to learn that you are the conductor and everyone in the team is basically your orchestra, and you have to kind of push all those pieces. Like, SEO touches almost everything when it comes to a web property, especially in B2B SaaS. And then from there, I got the opportunity to go into an agency, and I was hire number 2, and the guy above me left, and I got to build a team of 10, bringing in people that were training up specialists. I live in a small province in Canada that there's not a lot of SEO, so I would just find people with aptitude and train them up. So that made me good at training, and when I went out on my own, training was a big part of my service offering as well.
Love it. Love it. And Julia, how'd you first get into SEO?
So my journey into SEO involves a cake. And I was living in Malta at that time. I was working in customer support for an online casino, and I wanted to move up into marketing. Yeah, Heike is laughing. I also heard Malta from you earlier. I was in customer support. And one afternoon, I just came home, and my housemate was like, "Oh, do you have time to make a cake?" Because she knew I liked baking and like decorating them nicely. Because my best friend's boyfriend's company has their first company anniversary tomorrow, and they need a cake, and it's too late now to order from any official place. So I ended up baking that cake together with that friend, and we started chatting, and I told her what I had been doing, what I would like to do, because customer support wasn't really my career choice. And got invited for an interview the next day. Had no clue what SEO was. I had looked up what it stands for, but that was all I knew. And I guess he saw something in me and hired me, and that's the rest is history. Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Okay. We have a few more minutes here, so I want to go in and quickly, we've been talking about what we should be doing in 2025. What's that one thing we should stop doing, Joseph?
The thing that we should stop doing is saying that SEO doesn't work, because I see that way too much, and I think that we're spreading that lie, just like we're setting the mess up and cleaning it up. I think that SEOs are setting that lie. We need to stop it. We need to say SEO works. SEO is the best. SEO is the bomb. SEO is the best channel out there. It's the highest converting. It's the highest, authority building. It's the highest trust thing that's out there. So why are you wasting time on all this other junk? SEO. So stop saying SEO is not the best channel out there.
Love it, love it. Heike, what should we stop doing?
I think I need to jump on the bandwagon with Joseph here. Again, let's say I hear so many times, it's like with AI, SEO is dead, it's not anymore. It's not. It's still important. It will always change. It's like from the back in the 90s, beginning of the 2000s, it's evolving. We evolve with it, just like society evolves. Society dictates what SEO will be and how we look things up. So it's always changing.
Love it, love it. Taylor.
Yeah, I would say, boy, this has been one of my suggestions for quite some time, but I would say stop putting any energy, effort, or time into backlinks. At the end of the day, organic backlinks are typically the best, which you get from writing kind of that expert, authoritative content. So to me, if you're going to be spending time on anything, I want to spend time on writing the best content possible. I always use the phrase leave no stone unturned, and no reason a person would need to leave your page to learn more about that topic. And if you have good enough content, as other people cover that topic, you will get the links. So I think that manual outreach and pursuing of backlinks is a pretty tremendous waste of time these days compared to the impact it may have had in the past.
Love it, love it. Ian?
Yeah, mine is also advice that I almost give everybody who asks me, which is to not ask for permission or to not hesitate about doing the thing that you're curious about doing, whether it's experimenting with AI, whether it's launching a new campaign, whether it's testing something new for your site or your company. If you're waiting and wondering and unsure how it might go, you're never going to know how it will go if you don't actually do it. And if you don't do it, then you're just going to fall behind because you're not going to learn anything from inaction. So jump into the water, ask for forgiveness later, and you'll likely almost always end up in a better spot after.
Love it. Michael?
I want to see listicles die. I don't know how many SaaS guys, and I know things kind of work, but those top 10 lists where you list yourself as first, I've known people in the past that list themselves second, so that doesn't appear biased. But if you sell the product, please stop creating those top 10 lists. And if there's a top 10 list, don't create a top 11, top 12, top 13 to try to outcompete. But it still kind of works sometimes, so it's kind of tough. But man, I would love to see listicles go.
Love that. Julia, what should we stop doing?
Over obsessing with the length of title tags and meta descriptions and shoehorning keywords into them. I still see a lot of mostly agencies do that. They give you a list of, here are all the title tags, here are the keywords that you need to get into them. Now spend hours doing that. Well, AI can do that. You don't need a human for that. And this content, it won't rank if the page content itself isn't good for the keyword. So just placing that keyword in a title tag doesn't make a difference if you haven't looked at the actual page content. And if something is wrong with your title tag or meta description, like if any of the crawlers you use tells you, oh, it's way too long, you're like, yeah, look at the page as a whole and check what other things might be wrong there that you need to update.
Love it, love it. And the last thing, guys, I want you guys to we'll go around and how can people get a hold of you and any upcoming quick projects in a minute. All right, Joseph.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, we started a new group. It's free. It's called Harmonic SEO. So if you go to school.com/harmonic-SEO or you go to harmonicseo.com, that's the thing. We're trying to book people on a meeting or whatever. But if you go to harmonicseo.com/go, that will also go to join the free group. It's a new school group. We're starting a new school group and it's for free. And it's all about harmony, entity connections. Crystal Carter in the book, that I was like, I love her chapter because, she was talking about entities and stuff like that. So it's all about building harmony in the search. If you're interested in that topic as an SEO in our ranking formula, harmonicseo.com/go.
Love it, love it. Heike?
My project for 2025 is let's say building more on the accessibility for SEO, as I want to become the company is focusing on there. I explained already a little bit about it, and the company is called thegoodseocompany.com. I'm still surprised that domain name was available when I bought it.
Love that. Love that. And how can people get hold of you again? So it was just
thegoodseocompany.com, thegoodseocompany.com.
Love it. Okay.
Or look my name up on LinkedIn. I'm the only guy called Heike on LinkedIn.
Ah, there you go.
Because it's just a fun tip for today. 99% are women and from Germany, because I confuse Germans.
There we go. Taylor, how can people get hold of you? Oh, you're on mute.
Awful. You could definitely find me on Twitter at real Taylor Kurtz, Kurtz. Unfortunately, someone in like 2009 took at Taylor Kurtz and never posted. And then you could also search me, Taylor Kurtz, Kurtz on LinkedIn. And other than that, the big project I'm going to start focusing on, I've written a few articles for like Search Engine Land and things like that about it, but as kind of the technology advances and becomes more prominent of virtual reality, kind of this new space I'm exploring of what I call VEO, virtual environment optimization. And essentially as that becomes more integrated into life and used, how will we inevitably in commerce and things like that put our clients in a visible position?
All right. We got like 1 more minute left, guys. So we can quickly, Ian, how can people get a hold of you?
Yeah, at Ian Holmes is where I'm basically available everywhere. LinkedIn is probably best for professional things, but if you want to follow me personally as well, Threads or Instagram is also great.
And Michael?
Michael McMillan on LinkedIn. Look me up on there. That's probably the best place.
Love it. Love it. Julia?
Yeah, also for me, LinkedIn. Julia Carolyn Zhang, the same way you see the name on screen. It's also easy because you can see the name on screen. Right
Love
now,
that.
everything else is difficult, I think.
Love that. You know
understand.
what's crazy is that no one said what everyone else said in the last session is Google me. So great stuff here. So we have direct CTA guys. Everyone's linked in to contact them. So great stuff on your conversion rate optimization on getting contacted. And David, I'll pass it back on to you.
Wow, what a superb panel. What a superb day. Remember, if you want to get your hands on a physical copy of the book, that's now available on Amazon. Just search Amazon for SEO in 2025. Also, you don't have to pay a penny if you don't want to. You don't have to get the physical book. The podcast, the video series, and the content of the book will be free and available on the majestic.com website. Starting now, over the coming few months, check out SEOin2025.com to take you straight to the content. But thank you so much for all the panelists that have been on today. We've had about 60 panelists from the whole book on today. To today's co-hosts, Crystal, Jack, Pam, and Dre. By the way, has anyone watching, or is anyone watching live at the moment who has been here for 4 hours? I think I recognize a few names that have been here for a full 4 hours. Special shout out to you in the chat if you've been through that, especially if you've gone without food and drink to actually stay glued to the screen. I'm sure you've picked up lots of incredible tips, and it's been worthwhile to stay starving and good in the waistline as well. To every one of the panelists, to all the 106 contributors to the book, to the 200,000 plus words in there, the 600 pages in there in SEO in 2025, and of course the team at majestic.com for keeping this wonderful project going year after year. I've been one of your hosts for today, David Bain. Thanks, of course, to the other hosts as well. Here is to SEO in 2025 and beyond. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Have a wonderful 2025. Thanks for joining us, and I'm sure we'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now.